Welcome back to the 2021 Bathurst 12-hour, hosted by Parabellum Esports and presented by Art of Racing TV. We are following the Parabellum Black car, who has made their way all the way up into P5 at this point, it seems. They have had a massively strong showing here all day. P12 when we left them, showing P7 on the car now. It looks like that might have been due to some pit stops happening. We are just entering the window for the next round of pit stops. That'll be the fourth stop for these teams. We do expect to see Lucas getting out of the car and handing back over to Michael Kotab if we're sticking to this two-stint schedule that they've been observing so far. Although, of course, this is only going to be the second driver swap, so that remains to be seen what the team's ultimate strategy is going to be. But absolutely phenomenal performance from them, from both drivers in the black car so far today, Moko Kotab and Lucas Kristek, doing an incredible job to take this Parabellum Black Ferrari from P51, where they started the race, all the way up now into the top 5. Now, of course, again, we do expect them to hand back at least a few of those positions, potentially when they come into the pits in probably in a lap or two's time. But again, a massive charge up the field, and we are only just now passing the 4-hour mark. We are only a third of the way through this race, and there is a lot more to come. We're going to be trying to speak with Chris Lama again, the president and CEO of Parabellum Esports, as well as getting James Davidson, the team manager and one of the drivers from the Crimson car, I believe, to come and speak to us as well once he is done with his stint. Parabellum having a pretty good day here overall. The pink car running very strongly as well. The Crimson car run into a little bit of issues, just some bad luck to hear the team tell it, but nothing they're too terribly concerned about, and taking a little bit of some repairs and getting their sights set back and charging back up the field. And again, if the performance here from the black car is anything to go by, I don't think they'll have any troubles with that at all. We've seen, time and time again, we've seen from this Parabellum team that they are, they're not afraid of challenge. They are not afraid of adversity, and they, really seem to be able to just, get the head down when they need to, and really put in the lap times and put in the work that they need to do to really get the results they're looking for. Lucas moving up into P4 now, again coming past some stopped cars in the pits there. Again, not that's not going to be a permanent position. We are expecting that to cycle back just a little bit, but we'll see exactly where he comes out. Um, After this, what'll be their third stop in just a lap or two's time here. Now, amazingly, they are just continuing to climb up here, and we'll see these laps that Lucas has been putting in. I mean, again, in the 205, low 205s and high 204s, really matching the rest of the field here, and you can really tell, that it's working really well to their advantage, because they're not pushing it 100%. We've seen sometimes here from Lucas down into the 203s, and you can see again he's his last lap was a 204.5, almost a full second slower than his fastest. But again, that's just because he knows that he doesn't really have to push at 100% just yet, um, because there's still 8 hours of this race to go. There's still a lot to happen, a lot that can go wrong, and a lot of opportunities to make mistakes. And so they're basically, the smartest thing to do is just like we've been talking about all day, just be consistent, and you keep to that 95%. That's enough to keep you running strongly, and clearly is enough to keep them up into strong contention here. And then knowing that you have that little bit extra, that you can pull out when you really need to, when it matters most, and when we get down to the last hour or two of the race, when all the positions have really started to sort themselves out. Because you have to remember, when it comes to races like this. I mean, you got Lucas in P4 here, not that far behind the Sim Racing Academy white car and just ahead of the Phoenix Team racing car, but that really doesn't mean much. That position doesn't mean terribly much just yet, because again, we know that a lot can happen in 8 hours. But also, those cars around him aren't terribly important, because equally something can always happen to one of them. And so, just the fact that you're fighting for track position, even for third place right now, doesn't necessarily guarantee that those are the teams that you're actually going to be in contention with and actually fighting for positions for come the end of the race here. And so, it's again, risk versus reward is kind of the key concept we've been touching on all day here. And this is really kind of the epitome of that. It's just knowing that the risk of putting in a dangerous move to try and get past somebody, not only might it not be worth a reward, but might not even be a reward at all. If you put yourself in danger to try and get past a car that ends up in the pits 12 laps later, you can very easily put yourself in some dangerous situations where you don't end up actually gaining anything. And so again, at this point of the race, it's really not worth it for these guys to be, completely flat out and trying everything, because they know that it's just there's so much more to happen, and there's so much more to winning a race like this than just being the fastest guy out there every lap. It really, we've said it a million times and we'll keep saying it. It's not necessarily the fastest cars that'll be on the top step of the podium at the end of the day here. It's much more likely to be the cleanest. Coming down Conrad Straight again, and Lucas coming out to pass a lapped car here. Not certain exactly who that is, but try and get a car number off of them, but I can't quite focus on it. Um, but again, coming down to complete lap 119 here. Like I said, just about a third of the way through as Lucas stays out for one more lap. We've been seeing these these pit stop lengths, or these stint lengths, somewhere around the 30 lap mark. And Chris Dick Lucas now coming around to begin, I believe, his 29th lap. You can see there the grand total of 48 positions gained so far, as he is currently sitting um, in P3. He is provisionally on the podium at this point, although again, not even halfway through this race. That's no guarantee of anything. And again, we know that he's artificially ahead by a few places on those cars that have already completed a stop. But we do expect him in, I would say, either this lap or next. Then, and again, will remains to be seen whether he's going to stay in the car. But I do believe if they're going to stick to this two stint strategy, which does make sense again when you only have two drivers to swap between. Um, if that's going to be the case, then we would expect to see him handing the car back over to Michael Kotab, who again did that had that amazing first couple of stints and taking a car from 51st to I want to say it was P18 or P17, somewhere in that realm, that he handed the car over. So again, like 30-ish positions gained just in the first couple hours, and another 10 or 15 or so since then. Coming back down, and again, you can see just the difference in speed here as he was able to clear that lapped car on the previous lap, and you can see just the gap that he has already managed to stretch out, and how much he clearly was getting held up by that slower traffic. Coming down towards the start finish here, let's see if he's going to come in or if he's got one more in the tank. Again, Parabellum Black cars seeming to have been going one or two laps longer on each of these stints than some of the other cars that we've been seeing. Um, Again, still not quite certain, as Lucas does not go to the pits. Still not quite certain if that's really the Parabellum team doing an extra lap or two on their stints, or if it's some of these other cars um, kind of going a lap or two short on some of their stints and maybe trying to make up a little bit of time in a slightly shorter refueling window. Always, again, there's always several different viable strategies for an event like this. Um, and it always remains to be seen right until the end which one is actually going to pay off, because again, there's so much chaos, there's so much unpredictability, there's so many things that can happen, and so little of it really can be within your control, or even have anything to do with you at all. um, and a really strong performance can always turn on its head just by somebody else making a mistake ahead of you and being in the wrong place at the wrong time. So really just these middle sectors, or middle parts of a race like this, is really just about maintenance. It's about just doing what you've been doing for for the past couple hours, keeping the pace up while not trying to push too hard, and just keeping in mind that there is still almost 8 full hours of running left in this race, and just trying to manage your expectations, manage your pace, manage your performance, and manage yourself, really, because again, especially in a two driver team, you know you really have to treat the drivers as wearing equipment as well. They absolutely have there are limits to how hard you can push the car. There are limits to how hard you can push a driver. And it's really again, there are multiple strategies that can work, multiple viable ways of doing it, but it's a question of, do you want to keep somebody like Lucas, who's been doing so well and driving so strongly here? Do you want to keep him in for longer because he's in the zone and he's dialed in and he's been doing well? And here he comes into the pits, and I guess we're going to find an answer to that question very shortly. Or again, then the other option is, do you pull him out and swap him for the other driver to make sure that both of your guys aren't getting overtired, to make sure that you have the freshest driver at all times and the best overall chance at pace. Luckily for these guys, I mean, it seems like both drivers very equally matched on pace, very equally matched on skill, and so they don't really seem to have that concern over putting in the fast driver versus the slower driver, or the pro versus the am, anything like that. Let's see where they do manage to cycle out of this stop. And indeed, Michael Kotab back in the car. So it looks like Parabellum Black is going to be observing that two stint strategy for the time being for this dual driver entry. So Michael, again, having such a strong start to this race, started this car in darkness, raced for 2 hours and gained 30 or 35 odd positions in that time. Let's see, we're just about to see them go down to P5, and looks like they're going to lose probably at least two more, maybe three, by the time they can manage to get out of the pits here. But let's take a look. Got Matt Malone coming up in his Matt Alone team, coming past to take P4 and relegating Parabellum Racing down to P6 as they are. Oh, sorry, that was the other car there, down off the jack. But here we go, rolling down pit lane towards the exit is Michael Kotap, currently running P6, and looks like he will indeed re-enter in that position. So altogether, lost 3 positions on the stop, and a net of about 6 positions gained over that stint for Lucas Christic there, which is again just absolutely phenomenal in a field like this, especially at this point in the race where this field is so spread out and obviously so highly talented and skilled themselves, that to be able to even maintain a position, let alone claw back 6, is fairly impressive for about a 2 hour block there. Excuse me, for a 1 hour block actually, because he was P12 when we left him about an hour ago to go to our break. So Parabellum now coming around in P6 across the top of the mountain, very much on their own here in some nice clear air, which certainly I don't think the drivers will be too upset to see. It's going to give them a nice, especially for Michael, having just gotten into the car, just leaving pit lane, and again having just been back in the car after having been resting for a few hours. I'm sure he'll be quite glad to see a little bit of open track both ahead and behind him, so that he doesn't really have to feel pressured getting back up to speed. He's got some room to warm up the tires, warm up the car, warm up himself, and really get back on his pace here. Again, if you want to get in touch with us during the race, we encourage you to reach out on Twitter at Art of Racing TV, or join the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/PBLM esports. If you have any questions, we'd love to hear from you during this race here as we watch Michael coming down towards the final corner, towards Murray Corner for the first time in this stint. And won't really be able to get a good idea of his pace yet, of course, on that out lap, but holding on to P6 with a nice gap behind him. Try and see how far they have to go. Not a lot of space, relatively speaking, between him and P3. Really, only 30 seconds or so of running to get back up into those podium positions that Lucas brought the car into the pits from. And again, at this rate, it wouldn't surprise me to see over the next couple hours, by the time he hands his car back, it would not surprise me to see those one or two more of those positions behind him, or at least to see that gap significantly shrinking. Again, we've seen some fairly strong pace from both of these Parabellum drivers today. very much keeping up with the pointy end of the field here. Taking a look around too, I'm reaching out and see if we can get an update maybe on some of the other Parabellum cars and see how they're doing. I know, again, I know the Crimson car had been, excuse me, the pink car, sorry, had been in the pits for a little while. When we came back on there, they had just had some bad luck, and I'm not certain exactly where they have cycled out or where the Crimson car is doing, but we're going to try and get that information for you and keep you guys up to date on all of the racing going on here. Red Camel Esports still leading this field here as they have been for quite some time. Although for anyone who was with us for Daytona last month, you'll remember that leading for 23 out of 24 hours is not enough for a win here, and it can still go very wrong very quickly, even for a leading team like that. Michael coming around to complete his first flying lap here, so let's see what his actual pace is looking like now, having just gotten back in the car. And right in the high 205, so not bad, especially for just getting back in the car, and still very much on pace with the rest of the field and with what we were seeing from him earlier. So again, starting to see this gap kind of stretching itself out just a little bit to the fourth place car ahead of him, the High Pre RSC car up in P4 there. But again, just kind of getting back on the track and getting up to speed again with the car, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that coming down a little bit as the stint wears on. See if we can ride on board here with Michael as we come up to the top of the mountain, past the metal grade here at Reed Park and towards McPhillamy Park, before heading down the mountain again and down through the S's through the Dipper and towards Forest Elbow and back down the long Conrod Straight, where we've seen so many passing actions today, just with that massive draft that you can get from towing two or three cars down a kilometer and a bit straight. Of course, not going to be an issue here for Michael, being that he doesn't have anybody ahead of him to draft off, but also no one really close behind him to try and catch up. Very much maintaining that gap to the car behind, and again, keeping up with the people ahead and really holding on to some of these top tier drivers um, in these top teams here. Really, just showing the level of skill that Parabellum has brought to the table today. Little lock up there from one of the cars ahead, but again, it's been surprising to see such a clean race here today. All things considered, I mean, we really have not seen very many incidents really of any kind. A couple of spins, a couple of well, really not any major crashes. Although we there was the one big off across the top of the mountain, but it's been an astonishingly clean race with very little casualties so far, which is rather unexpected, especially just for a circuit like Bathurst, which is notorious for claiming cars across the top of the mountain into the walls there. Um, and again, for the fact that this was a race that started in darkness, with close to a 60 car field all trying to make it up through the mountain that first time, and there really wasn't almost any single instance of contact. It's absolutely amazing to see what a strong and talented field we're watching here today. Gap to P4 coming down a little bit, just a couple of tenths. We'll see if he can actually manage to make that happen. Again, it's still just astonishing to see that number next to Michael's name there. 46 positions gained. And if we look around the rest of the field here, I mean, you'll see there's been a lot of big movers today. Red Camel, of course, like we said, have been leading from the beginning. They were our pole sitter and have held on to that spot. Um, a couple other teams, the Raceline Sim Sport Yellow down in P15, Matt Malone driving solo, currently in P3. Zancho Sim Sport and P14, all with 20 plus places gained, but nothing compares to 46 spots gained for Parabellum Racing Black in just under 4.5 hours of racing so far. And that to me is astonishing. That is something that you do not see almost ever. That's 46 positions gained. Quite frankly, is a sort of number that would be an impressive. It would be impressive even if there had been a large crash or something at the beginning of the race that had opened up a bunch of free positions. Even then, managing to claim 46 spots would be a massive accomplishment. To do it in under clean green flag racing and virtually all of them being on track passes is quite frankly astonishing. Quick update here on some of the rest of the racing teams and the Parabellum Black car, actually from Lucas himself. Um, He says at the moment they're just trying to get to the later stage of the race, maintaining position and keeping the car without any damage. So yeah, like we said, I mean it's all about just keeping the car clean and making sure that you are there to capitalize on any mistakes anybody else makes, and making sure that you are there to fight for position at the end. It's like we've kind of been touching on, and it seems like Lucas very much confirming that these guys, if you look at their lap times on their own, just in a vacuum, you might say that they're going a second or two slower than some of the other cars, and that might be concerning. But Lucas again just confirming that really they are not here pushing for every single hundredth of a second of lap time that they can get right now. They are not pushing 100% because they, like you said, they're just trying to get to the end stages of the race. They're trying to maintain the car and keep a nice, clean, healthy car that they know will fight and carry them all the way to the finish of this race in just about 7.5 hours time. So this is very much just a maintenance period of the race where everybody is just trying to keep clean, keep safe, keep the pace up without pushing too hard and overworking the car. Save a little bit of fuel if you can, and really just try to focus on the ultimate goal here. Try to focus on what's coming in 5 6 hours time, because that's when you're really going to see these guys start to get the elbows out and really start to get aggressive again, like we saw at Daytona. That last hour or two, all bets are off. The gloves come off, and it is every man for themselves. Everybody puts the pedal down, and you can be certain at that point they will be at 110% of what they can give. But again, right now, making these passes, while certainly impressive and very helpful, of course, for the ultimate result of the team, nothing is set in stone at this point. Everything is still up for grabs. Everything it can change very quickly here in a split second. So they're again just trying to keep that part out of your mind, really, and just not think about what could happen, not think about what's going to happen, or even what you want to happen. Just thinking about the next corner and the next lap. Starting to P6, they're starting to pull in just a little bit of time. The Kuruma Motorsport starting to pull into the Parabellum Racing Black team, but again, not looking like it's going to be too much of a challenge for Michael. And don't expect if it does prove that Kuruma Motorsport Audi is significantly faster, as they have been kind of gaining over the past lap or two. I would expect to see Michael probably not put up too terribly much of a fight, especially if they could get a draft down into the chase here, because again, it's just not worth putting the car in danger. It's not worth risking any damage or a spin or an off or a massive accident with a wall here, just to hold on to one position on track. That again, for all this team is going to have problems of their own at some point during the race, and so you can't always count on the people that you're fighting now to be the people that you're fighting actually for position. And so again, it really changes that calculus of risk versus reward, and having to consider, is this actually a reward in the long term, or is this just something temporary? And it's one of the hardest things, honestly, for any driver to adapt to, coming into an endurance style race from any sort of shorter format, is just knowing is trying to learn that basically not every pass is actually a position, and not every fight is worth having, and sometimes it's best to sit behind. And again, you can see that I'm sure in the Kuruma Motorsports car now too. They're having the same thoughts and same conversation, and just going, is it really worth trying to push to get past this Parabellum car, or is it better to just stay safe and let them give you a little bit of a draft and a little bit of a tow, and just follow them around for a good little while. We are pulling down that gap a little bit though from the Parabellum car to P4 there of the high PRSC car. Was a little over. It was about 4 seconds at the highest. It's now down to just a hair over 3, and indeed still dropping another couple of tenths. So again, you can see here, Michael just a couple of tenths, or even only a couple hundredths faster in each of the sectors um, than the high pre car ahead of him. But that's all it takes sometimes, is just that little bit, especially in a very long endurance race like this. Even a tenth or a couple hundredths of a second a lap starts adding up when you have a couple hundred laps to complete. Very, very slowly but very surely reeling in that high pre car ahead. Coming through Murray's, and again, it's something we've been touching on all day long. But it's amazing when you watch drivers at this level just to see how easy everything looks. There's no hint of a struggle, no hint of any challenge, or that really that they're doing anything difficult at all, frankly. Um, but as anybody who has any experience behind the wheel will tell you, it is when you're in that position, it is far from simple or easy, and there's absolutely quite a lot going on at all times. Be interesting to see if there is actually a battle that does develop here, or like we are talking about, if that Kuruma car is just content to sit in the draft for a good little while here, and maybe be able to save themselves a little bit of fuel that can come into play towards the end of the race. Absolutely bang on perfect every time. You see them using just every inch of that track, trying to make each corner just as wide as it can possibly get, so they can carry as much speed through as they possibly can. It's very much, especially here, and we've touched on this a few times, but this here, fairly much the most important corner on this racetrack is that forced elbow, because you'll notice it leads directly onto this massive Conrod straight that takes you all the way down, almost all the way down to the start finish and the final corner. So all of that speed that they can carry out of the forced elbow, you'll notice that they're is just maintained at absolutely max chat all the way down here to this left-hander. And again, this is really where that draft comes into play, and can make a big difference. We've seen it, many times today already, of passes being made through the chase or just afterwards, due to that massive draft down Conrad straight. Alrighty, and we're getting just some word here. Update on the Team Pink car. So they are currently in P23 after a spin, but again, that's just kind of just illustrates that everything can happen here. You never know when something's going to go wrong, or when just one little lapse of converse or concentration might cost you a position or two, as we see Michael going side by side up the mountain and getting past for P6 there, but again, really not putting up much of a fight there, not wanting to risk the car or risk any damage, and going side by side up through the cutting here. Not really too concerned about it, again, because he knows that now he's the car with the draft, and he can probably take that position back, as we've seen trading places a few times here through the day already. but also just knowing that it's not the most important thing. That is not necessarily a trade of position in the final standings. And in fact, there's no way to know really what that pass is going to mean for another 5 or 6 hours now. But these these the pink team though, again, just after a little spin, they're working their way back though. It seems like they've already been mounting a little bit of a charge back up the field from where they might have wound up. And again, it's that endurance spirit and the drive to keep going that is really necessary in these kind of endurance races, and especially from a team and an organization side of just how do you react as an organization, as a team, and as individuals? How do you react and how do you respond to adversity and to things going wrong, to making mistakes, to uh, especially even and especially really when they're not your fault, or when it's things that basically were kind of out of your control. Sometimes those are in some ways they can be the easiest to deal with because it's out of your control and it's easy to write off. But at the same time, sometimes it's very difficult to accept those kind of incidents when you know that there was just nothing you could have done to stop it. So it's really just it's all about just the strength of the drivers and the team as a whole to be able to suffer setbacks and just to keep going. And you'll really be able to tell that as races like this progress. You'll start to see the teams um, who can deal with the challenge and the adversity, and the ones who start to buckle under it and really start to let it affect them, because it's so easy. It's so easy once you have a little problem or something like that to let it get in your head and let it start affecting you, and for one problem to very quickly lead to another and another and another. And it can spiral out of control on you very quickly if you let it. And so again, just the experience of a team and of drivers who have been here before, who have done these kind of races before, who know how this game is played, and know that they don't need to worry about anything that happens or little mistakes that happen now, that it's not worth getting in your head over. But again, we've said it before. It's about keeping the car clean and about keeping the car safe, and you can kind of tell already how much of an impact that can have. If you look at this BMW that's behind her, and this lapped BMW that's, I think, coming past Michael here. Again, just very smartly letting this BMW by, I believe, because again, at this point, a car that you're not even fighting is a lap car. There's no reason to get yourself caught up and lose time defending against them. But we can see, the difference between a car that has clearly hasn't really had any incidents or contacts versus one that very clearly has, and try to figure out where exactly they are. That BMW is in the standings here. That is Richard Small, yeah, down in P21, P20 now, excuse me. But even just little things like that, you can tell that getting into some sort of incident or some sort of trouble has cost that BMW quite a number of positions already. Coming back up the mountain on board with Michael here, and just watch how close he's able to get to these drivers in front of him, especially under the braking zones for some of these corners. You'll see just how close they get, because again, it's that level of experience and trust that drivers are able to build. And I should stress too, these are, when I say trust between drivers, these aren't necessarily people who know each other or who have been racing together for a long time and have built trust that way. It's about being able to recognize you know ability in somebody else, and just the way that they're driving the car. And some of it is almost a benefit of the doubt, in you have to just trust them, even without evidence, or without necessarily reason to. You just have to assume you can trust somebody until you see reasons not to. But it's just that skill that gets picked up over years and years, and a lot of experience of racing, of just being able to pick out those people who you can trust versus those people that you're not quite sure about. and being able to make those determinations, as quickly as possible with as little information as possible. And sometimes, having the wherewithal to just say, I can't really make a determination now, which means I need to play it safe, and I need to, treat this person as somebody who is potentially dangerous. And you'll see it. I mean, it happens in sim racing, it happens in real world racing, it happens at every level. Um, it's not always. It basically, it takes two people to have a pass, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how skilled you are as a driver necessarily if you can't race cleanly with the person in front of you. And if you can't trust them, you can't necessarily race closely alongside. And if they can't trust you, they're not going to be keen on letting you alongside. So it's very much a give and take. It's both parties trying to be respectful to one another without really the ability to communicate to each other, without really knowing each other or having a history together. It's just, like I said, trust is really the word for it, because that is absolutely what you have to do in these kind of situations. You just have to trust that the person ahead of you isn't going to do something silly, or isn't going to make you, isn't going to slam on their brakes and make you come to the back of them, or something like that. Interesting thing to note as I'm just looking through the timing here. There, again, this is GT3 machinery, so you'll notice that there are lots of different manufacturers of car here. There's the Audis, there's the Ferraris, there's Lamborghinis, BMWs, Porsches, Fords. you know, GT3 class very much designed so that these different manufacturers and different philosophies of car, different engine layouts and designs can all compete together, on relatively equal terms. Interesting to see though, that out of the top 10, there's only one car that is not an Audi or a Ferrari. Both of which are fairly equally represented in that top 10. There's the Sim Racing Academy White Team in P7 running the new BMW M4 GT3, and aside from that, a handful of Lamborghinis, a handful of BMWs, and a handful of Fords. But very strong representation from the Audis and the Ferraris, especially up at the pointy end of this field, which again is interesting to see, because you would, just by the philosophy of the GT3 class, you would kind of think, you would assume that you would have a fairly homogenous mix of manufacturers, um, at any point in the field. But again, that doesn't really seem to be the case here. So it's looking like there is probably some sort of advantage to the Ferrari and the Audi, potentially over some of the other cars. Now, this is, again, they are designed to compete together, and the class is BOP'd. That's balance of performance, just to try and, again, take unequal cars and let them race on a more level playing field. Um, some of that is done obviously in the actual design phase of the cars themselves, but they also are assigned weight penalties, extra ballast. Some of these cars will be assigned extra ballast, just to try and slow them down a little bit, to make sure that everybody is on a relatively even playing field, no matter which car you choose to race in. We iRacing especially, and also the GT3 series in real life, of course, don't really want a situation where there is a clear favorite car or a clear favorite manufacturer. The whole idea is to allow all of these different things, to allow a Ferrari to race a Porsche, to race a BMW, a Lamborghini, a Ford GT, and all be on the same track at the same time, and be completely, ideally, be completely left up to the skill of the drivers to determine the final results here. So we'll see where we kind of come up here as Michael comes around to complete, I believe his lap 135 for him. Still locked in this battle for fourth place, but again, you'll see that he has really taken that gap down. Let's take a lap here. Let's go on board with Michael and see what a lap of Mount Panorama looks like here, coming across the start finish line to begin lap 135. up the mountain straight here. Again, just massive, massive elevation change, even more than you can see from on board the car. When you see it from the external shots, you really see what a roller coaster this track absolutely is. 174 meters, I want to say it is. 170 something. I want to say 174 meters elevation change from the lowest to the highest point of the circuit, which again, as you can see, is incredibly steep. It's a 1 in 6 grade at this point here on the track. 1 in 6. So every inch the track moves forward, it climbs 6 inches in height, which is an incredibly steep angle to climb. For anyone who's been to Mount Panorama, who's been to Bathurst in real life, it's just astonishing to stand there and see. Coming down now across the top of the mountain and down through the S's, heading through the Dipper and down towards Forest Elbow before back out onto the Conrod straight again for that massive high speed run down to and through the chase before we make our way back to Murray's Corner and the start finish line again. Very close here. You can see just gaining, gaining, gaining on the cars ahead of him, picking up extra speed from the draft of the cars, the 2 or 3 cars ahead of him. And see if we can get an overtake here. We've seen a lot. No, it's good defending from the car ahead to take the inside line there, but leaves the room open to take the inside for the left-hander here on the chicane. And I do believe that is a pass from Michael Kotab. You just watched on board as he took P5 for Parabellum Racing Black as we come through Murray's Corner to complete lap 135 at Mount Panorama. Let's go take a look at that overtake from outside here. Absolutely brilliant. Comes up the inside. Driver tries to defend, leaves the door open, and Michael just sliding through like he wasn't even there. And all of a sudden, there's already this massive, massive gap. You can see just how much he was really being held up there now, having been released. Michael just already pulling out close to a second gap from the high PRC Ferrari behind him that has been staring at the back of for so long now. Setting the sights on Kuruma Motorsport in P4, just about 2.5 seconds up the road. Absolutely amazing stuff from the Parabellum team here. Again, I know we've mentioned a lot, but it really, for those of you who aren't necessarily um, diehard racing fans or don't really watch this kind of events terribly often, I really don't think I can stress enough what 46 positions gained in just under 5 hours means. Um, this is those are the kind of numbers that would be incredible in a NASCAR race. To have started 51st and be running fifth in an oval race or something, where everybody's packed together and you expect those kind of overtake numbers would still be rather impressive. But here at a six something kilometer circuit up and down the mountain, 4 and almost 5 hours in, for them to have picked their way through this many cars is frankly absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. As we have probably about another 20 minutes or so left in this first stint. Well, I should say third, I guess, but first of his stints, of his second set of stints here for Michael Kotab in the Parabellum Racing Black car coming around. Is that sorry? That was Hellcore. I thought it was Murray's for a second. And again, just you know, the thing that strikes me the most is just how effortless this has all seemed from the Parabellum team. It's there's never been any of these overtakes have never been incredibly dramatic. There's never been anything that looked scary or sketchy. There has never been a moment that you know. There's never been that teeth clenching moment of wondering if it's going to work out. It's just been they've just been gliding through this field. It's absolutely amazing to see. And again, it just in any sport is the same. On any given day, anyone can perform well or poorly. Anybody can have a good day, anyone can have a bad day. But we've seen time and time again that Parabellum has been able to do this. across multiple events, across multiple cars, across multiple teams of drivers. And it's really, with results like this and with a performance like this so far, it's really not surprising to see that they've already, within a year of forming the team, they've already racked up wins at Daytona, at Le Mans, in the European Endurance Series, and a number of other very strong results as well. Absolutely no surprise. Taking a look around the rest of the field here, not a lot of other changes going on here. Our top three still remaining very much the same for a good long while now, with Red Camel Esports, our overall leader, followed by GTL VRT Red and Matt Malone and his Matt Alone team, bringing up the third and last of the podium positions. Now, again, Matt running solo, which, for all the respect that that certainly deserves, and he is absolutely mad for attempting it, you do have to keep it in mind, and consider the fact that this is a driver who has already done close to 5 hours of seat time and is going to have another 7 to go. And so by the time you start getting towards the end of the race, we've talked a lot about, drivers' weariness and fatigue very much being a factor here, and absolutely contributing to some people's, potential loss of pace, or even some accidents and incidents that people might have. It can be easy enough to lose concentration and let fatigue get to you after you've been in the car for 2 or 3 hours. I really can't imagine what it's going to feel like after you've been doing this for 7, 8, 9 hours straight. Um, that's absolutely going to be one to watch out for, and he is running very strongly right now. But again, if I'm Parabellum or Kuruma or anybody really behind him, I'm very much keeping tabs on Matt Malone's race, and looking to see if his lap times start faltering. Because again, that's somebody that it's something to watch out for in terms of, again, um, a potential overtake in, in a slowing driver. But at the same time, it's also a potential danger point of knowing that this is somebody who is almost guaranteed to be overtired, very much not at their peak performance. And, especially when you come up behind somebody like that, who has been in the car for 8 or 9 hours, that's something to keep in mind and to be very, very careful of. Um, because, skill and intention aside, if you've been doing this for 9 hours, it can be the easiest thing in the world to just not notice that car in your mirrors, or overshoot that one corner, or make one tiny little mistake because you're exhausted. That can very quickly lead to the end of yours, and potentially somebody else's race. So he was absolutely somebody that we're going to be keeping an eye on here as the day unfolds. See, taking a look here, trying to see compared to the Kuruma Motorsport car ahead of him, we can see here that excuse me, that Michael's really been he's been excuse me, he's been falling back just a little bit here, and it seems to me that it's really just keeping that rhythm, because it doesn't really seem like his actual lap times have been falling all that much. In fact, they've been massively consistent, except for a couple extra seconds on lap 134 there we saw, which is where he had been getting held up a little bit. But other than that, very consistent lap times um, for Michael. So it's looking like he is falling back just a little bit, but not so much. Um, it's not so much actually that he's falling back, I suppose, as the Kuruma is pulling out just a little bit extra of a gap. But again, it's something that I'm sure the Parabellum team is definitely keeping Michael apprised of, but also something that I'm sure they're not terribly concerned with just yet at this point of the race. Getting ready for what we're going to be assuming is just going to be a fuel stop without tires in probably another 15 minutes or so, I would imagine. Again, we've been seeing these 30 lap stints very regularly from the Parabellum car and from a lot of the people around him. So we're just about, as you can see, halfway through Michael's first stint here. So we'd expect him probably in the next, maybe a little bit longer than maybe about 25 to 30 minutes. Maybe we'll be expecting to see him in. Again, I don't expect him getting out of the car. We've been seeing him trade off double stints between himself and Lucas, so expecting that he'll stay in to do at least one more. And again, been very strong stints here from both drivers. Still keeping about that 2.5 second gap now to the Kruma Motorsport car. Very much just trying to stick with them and not fall too far behind. But again, I don't think pushing terribly hard. Just quite happy, and if it were me, I would be quite happy with this open bit of track that Michael has found himself in. Again, kind of just removes a little bit of the pressure of having somebody just in front of you. You have to worry about not hitting, and also having no one just immediately behind you that you have to worry about making passes or anything on you. So he's again in some nice clear air. Just kind of gives you as a driver, gives you the ability to just kind of almost put the racing out of your mind for just a moment and just focus on driving the car. You just focus on putting in the laps and just getting through the next corner and not really worrying so much about the car ahead, the car behind, what your position is, or anything like that. And it's generally during these kind of times when you'll start to see the best lap times coming from the drivers, because again they can just kind of focus in with minimal distractions. And ooh, as we have somebody with a very crazy rejoin there. Somebody's not using the relative box. I shouldn't think. Luckily, Michael was able to see just in time and take some avoiding action. That could very easily have been a very sticky situation for the Parabellum team to find themselves in. But again, you see it 5 hours in, somebody just the fatigue getting to them a little bit, and see if we can go and see what just happened there. Oh, that's the let's see, that's the rejoin. Let's see if we can get what happened. I think he probably just had a spin here. Yep, just gets himself a little loose on the curbs, gets onto the grass, and that's it. I mean, well done to Alexander there for keeping it out of the wall, but uh, it's a bit questionable on the rejoin there, trying to enter perpendicular to the track and doing a 6 point turn. That's not generally advisable. But no harm, no foul seems to be the name of the game here. It doesn't look like anybody else really got collected in that, which is good. So doesn't seem to have affected anybody too badly, and certainly hasn't hurt the Parabellum team. Trying to pull in this gap again, just ever so slightly, ever so slowly, trying to claw back just a little bit of the half a second or so that he just lost in avoiding that spinning car there, is Michael. But again, even with that, just holding very solidly, holding this gap, both of the cars ahead and car behind. So again, just keeping himself in a nice, clean pocket of racetrack, where there's really, he doesn't really have much to worry about going on around him. And even when you do run into situations like that, just having this bit of clear track can be very helpful. Um, Coming across a situation like that is one thing when there's nobody in front of you and you have time to see it and avoid it. It can be very different if you're following closely behind another car through that first corner. You can imagine how very easily that can block off your line of sight, and you may not see that spun car until it's too late. So again, having this open little bubble around him is certainly going to be a helpful tool for Michael to try and claw back a little bit of time and then just keep himself safe and keep his position steady as we come up the top of the mountain here towards the highest part of the circuit before crashing back down through the S's. So we come out past the trees here, through McPhilmy Park and down the hill we come. And out onto Conrad Straight again with no one really in front of him to draft, which is kind of is the only downside, I suppose, to having this little clear bubble around you. Is you do lose out, excuse me, on that ability to draft cars ahead of you. Although, of course, he's also not having to worry about anyone drafting behind him. But that being said, again, at this part of the race where everybody is so spread out, the draft certainly still is just as powerful of an effect, but less detrimental to have lost out on in some cases compared to, for example, right at the beginning of the race where everybody's still all tightly packed up, and if you are the one driver not in the draft, you can lose massively at the beginning. But here, everybody fairly well spaced around the circuit, as you can see from the track map there, which does of course bring with it its own set of challenges in slower and lap traffic, and cars who have of course who might have run into some trouble of their own and may not be running or operating at peak performance anymore. That of course always a challenge in these sort of races is just or sorry, at this point in these kind of races is knowing that not everybody's going to be up at full speed, and again, knowing that where before you could have followed right up on somebody's gearbox, now you might have to give them a little bit more leeway, give them a little bit more room because you're never quite sure if they're if they might have a damaged front splitter or something like that that you can't see, but that might make them brake 5 or 10 meters earlier and catch you by surprise. But as we come up to the top of the mountain here, we are joined in the booth again, or I am joined, I should say. I am joined in the booth again by my good friend Nick at Nightfall1 on Twitter. How you doing there, my buddy?
Yes, I have returned.
I hope you had a nice little rest there.
Yes, it was pretty nice. Although I've noticed that we've jumped in other few spots. What happened there?
They have been on an absolute charge here, has the Parabellum team. They're up into P3 at the highest, although that was, again, just sort of artificial during the pit stop window. But these guys have really just been charging through the field here, as we can see, 46 positions gained from the start now.
That is absolutely crazy. They started at P51, I think,
Yeah,
and they're up to P5. That's just crazy. Really good
absolutely.
job of both of these guys.
Absolutely. It's been just astonishing to watch. And I was saying earlier, I mean, it's 46 positions gained in a NASCAR event is a big number and something to be impressed by. 46 positions at Bathurst is unheard of.
I still can hardly believe it. 46 positions. Like what?
I know. I just think every time I see it, and the funniest thing to me is it's been that kind of a race too. 'Cause if you look around, I mean, both the Matt Alone team and the Criminal Motorsport team ahead of Parabellum both gained 26 from the start. You've got Zanshow up 25 in P12, P13 Raceline Sim Sports up 29, P14 TechSense Fitstyle Motorsport up 38. There has been a lot of movement in this race, and yet very very little in the way of uh, big crashes or incidents.
Yeah, I was about to ask if there were any crashes that I missed because I didn't see any while I was, on my break.
There
Just
really,
checking in.
yeah,
Catch.
there really hasn't been much. I mean, a couple of people we just saw. There's somebody who had a spin coming out of Hell Corner, and caused a little bit of a dangerous situation re-entering the track. But even then, it was just an unassisted spin. Just getting a little bit wide, like we've seen, and getting up on those curbs and spinning on the grass. And even then, he kept it out of the wall, kept it from any damage, and that team certainly will have lost some time and certainly not be happy with themselves. But really, nothing too terribly much to be worried about. And again, for a track like Bathurst to be this clean is is absolutely spectacular and really just again highlights the strength of this field.
It definitely does, and I think it also shows how good this Parabellum team is. I mean, they were planned to be, I think, 3 drivers for the black car, and now there are
Mhm.
only 2, and still they're doing such a phenomenal job.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really is just that the organizational strength that they're clearly showing here of being able to not only to actually perform well, but also just to continuously adapt to challenges and uh, and hardships really, and overcome and keep going. Is just phenomenal. I mean, you have a team that, like you said, was supposed to start with 3 drivers and lost one, a day before the race, having to adapt and clearly having no trouble with it. We've also got Lucas um, is driving. I believe it was Lucas. I should double check, but one of the team members, I want to say Lucas, had their wheel break. Uh, I think 2 days ago, and the team was able to come together and get him a replacement within a few hours. Actually, they were able to come together, get him a replacement, so that he was still able to compete here this weekend. And clearly, it has been working out rather well, as we saw. He had pulled in another 20 or so positions across his 2 hours of driving so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. The amount of teamwork these guys are able to do is incredible. I think there's actually I think at Parabellum RT actually tweeted this. Teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, let's see. Just looking through, yeah, going through our Twitter here again. If you do want to get in touch with us during the race, please feel free to reach out at Art of Racing TV on Twitter or join the Twitch chat, twitch.tv/PBLM esports. We'd love to hear from you and answer your questions about the race and about Bathurst. Absolutely, absolutely phenomenal race here today.
Yeah, so far the performance was amazing. Red Camel Esports still on top though, and they haven't dropped a single place.
Absolutely,
Well,
yeah.
we had a similar
Yeah,
thing happening during Daytona, so
exactly. They haven't dropped a single place yet.
yeah.
Uh,
For anyone who doesn't know, during Daytona there was a team that was around was I think first place for about 22 hours, and then they crashed,
Something like that, yeah.
and they didn't even get the podium, from what I remember.
No, I think they came in just ahead of Parabellum, so I think 6th. I think, yeah, Parabellum finished P7, so I think that first place team had come back and basically came down 5 spots in the last hour or so of the race, after spending, like, I think it was, like, 30 or 40 minutes, in the pit lane. And so again, we're as we tick over past the 5-hour mark here and approach the halfway point of this race, anything can still happen, and we've seen it time and time again. And need we mention Toyota at Le Mans in 2016? I mean, these sort of races, and for anyone who's not familiar with the story, the 2016 running of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the Toyota, one of the 2 Toyota cars had been leading the race, solidly leading for the vast majority of the 24 hours. Were basically they had a couple of, I think it was a 3 or 4 minute lead over of the Porsche 919 in second place with nothing to go to get to get Toyota's first ever win at Le Mans outright, and the car died on the start finish straight with, I believe, 15 minutes or so left in the race, with just enough time. It literally left just enough time for the Porsche and P2 to come past them a few times, regain their position or their laps, and claim the lead. But with, I think, 10 or 15 minutes to go in a 24-hour race, it all evaporated right in front of them. And there is just, I mean, it's heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking to watch, but there is no better example of how endurance racing does not finish until you take the checkered flag.
Right, especially with endurance racing, is you just have so many laps to go. I mean, we're not even halfway through and on lap 160 46. So there's so much that can happen during the next, say, 200 laps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this can change for anybody at any time, and we're gonna start to see a change in the overall attitude of the race. I would say probably in the next hour or two, as it's not gonna fully heat up just yet, like we'll see at the end, but once you take over that kind of halfway through mark, you're gonna start to see. I think some of these teams will turn the wick up just a little bit. Very similar to the way that in a 24-hour race, there's the first real change of attitude happens. After dawn, after you've gotten through the night running, and you see who's made it through to the morning. So it's in a very similar way here. Once you see who's made it through that halfway mark, you start to get your first idea of who's really going to be your competition. As speaking of competition, we have this incredible battle going on right now for for second place. In fact, actually, as Parabellum is going to have to come
It's
and stop, of course, but
Yeah, but it's still amazing. Still for P2, nobody would have thought with a starting position like P51 that they would even get like half the spots back. But damn,
absolutely.
on the podium, holy, it's crazy. I just wish the best for these guys, and I hope they can actually grab a podium position. That would be amazing, and I think it would be a great finish for the race.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see exactly what's going to happen here. But it's been incredible so far, and I can't wait to see what else is going to come from the rest of this race. Because if what we've seen so far is any indication of what's going to happen, we are in for a absolute stormer once this really starts to heat up and once the gloves really start to come off. As everybody starts really, gunning for those final positions as we get into the last few hours of this race here.
I honestly can't wait for the final hour when it's really gonna
I,
heat up. It's
I,
gonna
I,
be intense.
I can't even imagine what this is going to look like. If this is the action we've had so far, I can't imagine what it'll be like come the end. I've got a couple laps to go. It looks like in Michael's stint, we'd expect him probably out for another four-ish laps, I would say, before he's due to come in for his next stop. And again, we would expect that he's going to stay in the car for probably another hour and a bit to do one more stint before handing the car back over to Lucas just after that probably about the 6:15 mark, give or take,
Yeah, they
if I
seem to
had to guess.
switch every other hour, so that's a good.
Yeah, I think they've been doing double stints for the drivers, which does make a lot of sense with a two-driver team. And again, it seems like the fuel tank is lasting just a shade over an hour each time.
Well,
Uh,
he's defending P2 here. Ooh, he was able to actually defend that through the Conrad Strait.
yeah, I
Really well
mean,
done. But there's another straight coming up here.
let's see how this is going to work.
Oh, never mind. Now the Conrad Strait is coming. I think. Yeah.
Let's see, go on board with the Phoenix team here as they are trying desperately to catch up to Michael in the Parabellum car. Not quite getting there this time with the draft. Still, just not quite enough to make it happen.
Very well defended too. Closing the door there on the Murray's corner. Very well done.
Yeah, absolutely. I was expecting to see maybe a little bit of a look there, but just didn't quite have the space. Just wasn't quite close enough. And again, very smartly, it doesn't really bother to have a look there. And we really haven't seen any of these massive dive bombs or anything that you know uh, that people get afraid of in races like this, because again, it just you see that these guys they're all here for the same reason, and that is to make it to the end. And they all know that something like that, a massive move from way back for Murray's corner like that, while it might look good on TV and it might be be a good story to tell or something like that. We all like to hear Danny Ricciardo like to stamp and send it, but you basically, these drivers are smart enough to realize that a move like that can just as easily um, it can just as easily go wrong as go right. And if it does go wrong, you have a 50-50 shot at least of coming off the worst for wear from that collision. So it's is it it's not really worth going for that, that big move, or even any of these, particularly risky moves. You'll see a lot of these are just going to be very safe overtakes because they don't really feel the need to risk anything more than that just yet.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I think it speaks for the experience of these drivers, though, that there haven't been a lot of crashes and that this battle for second place isn't going, anywhere near being dangerous for any of these drivers because they are, so respectful, as you said. Both of them want to make it to the end. And looking at, the Phoenix team racing, they know too that they, want to make it to the end. That they don't have to necessarily overtake this lap or next lap. They have time. But Parabellum's still holding onto that P2. Obviously, it's going to be the idea to not give away the second place, but I mean, Michael is experienced enough to know that giving up a spot won't be the end of the world in the end.
Yeah, and especially, in a situation like this where it's the driver behind is smart enough to basically sit back and take a tow unless he's really feeling like unless he feels like he's really losing out time by staying behind Michael. And at the same time, Michael is again going to be perfectly content to tow this guy around unless he really feels that this guy behind him is going to be that is actually just that much faster and is just going to come past. And if that's the case, and we've seen it a bunch of times already, you'll see him just open the door and let the driver by because at the end of the day, like you said, the track position doesn't really matter that much right now. And if somebody is behind you is genuinely that much faster than you, a, you lose a lot of time fighting and defending to keep him behind, and B, you might as well just let him past you and draft off him because he'll probably pick you up another couple of tenths on your own lap time. So
Right.
it can be very advantageous, and again, just a different beast of endurance racing compared to other disciplines. But to kind of have to understand that sometimes the smartest thing to do and the fastest way around the track is to let somebody past you.
Right. It's a completely different mindset that these guys have as opposed to, the more sprint based mindset you'd see in like Formula One or whatever. Not you're not. I mean, there are more than 6 hours to go in this race. One or two positions don't matter at all at this point of the race. So, as you said, I think actually probably it would be the better choice for Phoenix Team Racing to just stay behind for a bit.
Yeah, as it
Oh,
looks like
but they're actually attempting
he's gonna
the
go for it
overtake.
here, and again, yeah, you're gonna see Michael is just not gonna fight it, just gonna let him straight through and let him by. 'Cause, I'm also expecting one or both of these cars to be into the pits, if not this lap, then next. Um, but again, in which case, okay, so that's gonna be interesting. I was gonna say if they do come in together, that on track pass can actually be important, just to get you into the pit lane ahead of the other car. But it seems that Michael's gonna be staying out. So again, this is what we've seen pretty much every single stint from the Parabellum team is they are just staying out almost longer than anybody else. They are overcutting pretty much this entire field, and they've gained 45, 46, when the 49 places as it stands right now. Although of course they're going to drop back a few when they do pit, but their strategy has been to overcut every single stop. And again, they've gained 49 spots and they're running P2 from P51 starts. So I'm gonna hazard a guess and say the strategy is working.
It definitely is. I mean, like gaining what 49 spots. I mean, it has to be working, right?
Right, exactly. I mean, like, whatever they're doing something right because they have just
Yeah.
chewed through this field.
It's absolutely insane. I did not going into this, I really didn't expect them to even fight for the podium. It's crazy, and you got to remember this is an endurance race. So one mistake by Red Camel Esports, and the
Mhm.
podium will be shuffled again.
Exactly. And again, we've kind of been talking about it, but if you look around, I mean, their fastest lap time, the Parabellum team, is just about on pace with in fact, it's actually only 2/10, excuse me, 200ths of a second off the outright fastest. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm reading improperly. That's a 2:02. So it's a second off the fastest time of the race, which is more to the point I was trying to make. But you can see that that's their best lap times. and we'll see compared to his last lap times, you can see that Michael is not the fastest guy out on he's not the fastest guy on the track, period. And he's not even the fastest of the guys lapping right now, and certainly not even lapping at his own fastest pace as he does finally come into the pits here for their next pit stop. Again, we're expecting no driver change and likely no tires either. My guess is this is just going to be a full fuel stop and send him back out on his way. But again,
Absolutely, but it had to happen this lap.
yeah. Oh, absolutely. But again, you can see that, like we've been saying, these guys have gained so many positions. They are currently in P2, although we do expect that to change. They're currently in P2, but not because they are the outright fastest car on the circuit, and not because they are the fastest car currently circulating, or because they're even going at their ultimate fastest pace. They've just been the most consistent. They've been clean. They've been safe, and they've been smart.
I think that's actually the key word there, Zach, is smart, because the way they've been driving, just buttery smooth, very, very, very consistently, very, very good driving. And the strategy, they seem to have picked maybe a not so standard strategy, but it's working.
Right, exactly, and it's one of those things where if it's working, if it seems like it works, then it works, and if it's getting the result that you want, then it works, and if it's what's the saying I'm looking for? Basically, if it seems silly but it works, it's not silly. You know what I mean? That's really
Right,
what I'm going
right.
for. If it seems
And as
silly but it works, it's not silly.
yeah, absolutely. And as we expected, giving up, I think, 4 spots here after the pit, which was to be expected. Still, though,
But
a
again,
lot can happen.
yeah, but cycling out at an ultimate P6, so that's 45 spots gained from their start. And again, like I said, not being the fastest, not by going 100% and flat out every single lap, or just being that much quicker than everybody else, but they're just being smart and making their way through this field like it's not even there.
Right, they're just driving their race, and they're doing a brilliant job.
That's exactly it. I mean, you nail on the head right there. Is They are driving their race. They are driving their race, and basically, they're not letting anybody else or anything else get in the way of that. And that's exactly what you have to do for these kind of races, these kind of events. Is basically, again, we can say that no battle plan survives first contact. We all know that, and it's equally applicable in racing. But at the same time, even though knowing that it's not going to go perfectly to plan, that's kind of what you have to do. Is you have a plan as a team, you have a plan, you go into the event and you stick to the plan. And again, it's never going to be perfect, and you're going to have to adapt and change a little bit as you go. But the teams that can have a plan and stick to the plan and execute tend to be the ones that come out on top.
Right, I think just executing the plan and being consistent is the key to their awesome performance. Yeah, I mean, I know awesome is a word that's a bit overused, but in this case, it really is
No, no, I,
awesome.
I am actually in awe. So yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because I mean, maybe some of you are more know more about esports than sim racing. To put it into perspective, sometimes in Rocket League, for example, you have like best of 7 games where they might be playing an hour or so, or maybe 1.5 hours or something. Now imagine doing that for 12 hours straight and keeping your concentration up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like I said, they really there's no arguing that endurance is the proper name for this discipline, because it is absolutely true in every sense of the word. And to put it simply, in order to succeed in endurance racing, that is exactly what you must do: is you must endure. In every sense of the word, you must endure.
Right, coming down, going up again. I mean, rather climbing the mountain again.
Well, it's Australia,
Um,
so it's upside down. So really, they're going
yeah,
down.
yes, that's true.
You were right. I got you.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. I think yeah, they're just passing the skyline here, which is called that because of I think the way yeah, if you look at it from below, it looks like the skyline. Um, so This is probably the most technical part of the track. I know we've talked about it a lot, but these S's coming down to the Forest Elbow here again, into the Conrad Strait. The S's are very, very, very technical, and that's because they're very narrow. There's a lot of height difference, and S's in general need a lot of concentration.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Um, Bear with me just one moment here. Trying to see if we can actually get James Davidson, the Parabellum Racing manager, on to speak with us. Bear with me just one moment while I'm trying to sort this out here. But I think he's just gotten out of the car. Excuse me, out of the pink car that he's been driving for. So we'll see if we can get him into the booth here to speak with us in just a moment. As Michael comes, is that Hell or is that, yes, Hell Corner? So just coming to start 154 is Michael for Parabellum Racing. Now again, still running in P5, still running incredibly strong, and really not all that far back behind P4. Again, even after that stop, still keeping that 2 second gap, keeping that gap alive and steady.
Right. Just like you were saying, like I don't know, 5 minutes ago, they dropped 4 positions due to pitting, and they're already back in another position. You see them clawing back their position. Before I was actually, before I went on my break about 3 hours ago, I was talking about how they were slowly creeping their way towards single-digit positioning, and now they're still fighting for a podium. I think it's an incredible job they've done so far.
Absolutely. And just as you're saying that, I think I'm just getting where I think we have James ready to speak to here. So, James, are you in the booth there?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
There he is. No problem. Discord troubles. So, first of all, just again, want to say a big thank you to you as part of the Parabellum Racing and Parabellum Esports organizations for hosting and helping us put on this event here this weekend. But uh, moreover, I mean, congratulations on the performance of the black car, and how's the rest of the race has been going for you?
Yeah, well, thanks to you, obviously, for hosting as well. I've been trying to watch the broadcast as much as I can. It's been enjoyable so far, and I'm glad to see they're doing well. I just got out of the car for Team Pink. We're currently in P22. We had a little slip on a curb and ended up facing into a wall, so we had to
Ooh,
repair 15 minutes, but we're still
sorry to
competitive.
hear that. But yeah, well, better early in the race than later.
Yeah. And I hear that Crimson, I haven't actually had a chance to check in with yet. They've recovered from their earlier accident and they're making their way up the field too. So yeah, very proud of everyone still in the race.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and obviously a lot to be proud of here for the black car as well. Now, this is basically your first year anniversary race together as a team, yeah.
Right, yeah, this was we did a Bathurst race, and then about a week afterwards, we announced the formation of then Shattered Dreams Racing
Oh,
officially.
okay,
So yeah,
right.
but yeah, we've got all the founding members still most for the most part in, and we've got some of them in the car with me today. So yeah, it's technically our year anniversary.
Oh, nice. So, well, congratulations on that. I mean, hopefully you'll have something to celebrate it with here. But now we've been excuse me, we've been talking a lot about just the team and the organization and just all the effort and everything that goes into this and just how well put together and prepared you guys have seemed to be. I mean, I was hearing so Lucas Lucas Christic, who's in this black car here, I was hearing he had a broken wheel like a couple days before the race.
Right, his wheel's power supply or something was giving up on force feedback, and he had to pull out of the race. It was 2 or 3 days before, and 10 minutes later, I had a DM from someone, and they said, "Let's see what we can do." So I messaged Lama, and I got a few other boys together, and within about 2 hours, we had a new wheel for him funded and delivered.
That is absolutely absolutely amazing, actually, um, especially to do it in that sort of a time frame. And clearly, it's been working out rather well because he's been putting in an absolutely phenomenal performance here for you guys today. So you guys must be very pleased with that, I'm sure.
Yeah, we certainly are. We're happy more for Lucas because it's never nice to miss out on a race. We've already got two people missing out on this one, and yeah, so it's nice to do that for him.
Yeah, we heard about that as well. So can you tell me a little bit about what happened there? Because I know originally this black car was supposed to be a 3-driver entry. Is that correct?
Originally, yeah. You have to give me a minute to think because I've moved around drivers in the last
Yeah,
week
of
or so.
course.
But Felix was supposed to drive for Crimson, so we moved. What's his name, John, over to Crimson to cover for him because Felix has tendonitis in his wrist.
Mhm.
He's injured himself again, and Chris was supposed to be driving for us in pink, but he's obviously busy with things because we haven't been able to reach him. So yeah, a couple of people out, but luckily we're all in the same car, so moving drivers was really simple.
Yeah, well, that definitely, I'm sure, has to help. So you don't have to worry about adjusting to a different setup or well, a different car layout. I mean, or a different setup or anything like that. Yeah, of course. So, I mean, what do you? I know you know you guys are very wary of the commentator's curse, and we are obviously trying to be respectful of that. But what are your thoughts so far on coming into this race here and seeing Parabellum Racing up 40, what is it, 46 positions now from where they started?
Well, to be honest, it's not that surprising because Mike and Lucas are two of the fastest guys we have on our team. They're very, very good. They work together a lot. They worked together in their previous team, and we brought them both over as a kind of package. And
Mhm.
they, they get their heads down and they get the work done. And obviously, I'm very, very impressed to do it at a track like this in these temperatures. But yeah,
Yeah.
they're obviously doing a great job.
Yeah, I mean, it's been absolutely phenomenal to watch, and it seems like every time we take a minute to talk about something else or just to look around the field or something, we come back and they're a position or two ahead of where they've been. Um, so it's really just been kind of amazing to watch. Now, I'm hoping you could tell us a little bit about maybe about the pit strategy or something that you guys are using here, because we've been noticing that the Parabellum Black car is going like an extra lap or two over some of these other cars in the field. Is that something? Is that an intentional strategy by you guys? Are you trying to do an overcut on all these stops, or is that just kind of how it's working out with where everybody else is stopping?
No, that is an intentional strategy. The guys have worked out the stint lengths to the second, and they're lifting and saving some fuel to get an extra lap out, so we can go a little bit further into the race without having to stop.
Absolutely, yeah. That's kind of what we've been assuming because it looked like, again, we've noticing it on every single stint. It's 1, 2, 3 laps extra that the Parabellum team is staying out, and again, we've said it a few times. It's clearly seeming to pay dividends for you because you've been just shooting up to this field, and every time we see you, obviously staying out means you gain a few free positions that we always expect you to hand back. When you do finally have to come into the pits. But it seems every time you do, there's always one or two of those spots that never quite seem to leave your grasp.
Yeah, well, you've been watching. I haven't had a chance to see how it's shaking out, but I'm glad it's working for them because, like I say, they put a lot of thought into what they can do and how they're going to play out the strategy, and then it's just a case of doing it, you know. Um, so yeah, I hope it continues to work out for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, it's just been fantastic to watch, and so um, I really just want to say again another big thank you to you and to everybody who's part of the Parabellum organization, both for just obviously part or letting us be partnered here and getting this whole broadcast up and running, but also obviously just for giving us such entertaining racing to watch because this really has been an absolute barnstormer already, and we're not even quite to that half-hour point. It's blowing my mind.
Yeah, obviously still a long way to go. So all the best of luck to them and to the other teams competing, and thanks to you and Art of Racing TV for putting together another professional broadcast for us. And yeah, I'm happy that we're all working together because it looks like it could be something good.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's really been our pleasure to do, and we're very happy with how everything's been working here. So, again, thank you again to James Davidson, the Parabellum Racing team manager, for coming on to talk to us again. We wish you a lot of good luck for the rest of the race here, and hopefully, you guys have something very, very happy to celebrate for your 1-year anniversary.
Yep, thank you. I'll speak to you later.
Yeah, cheers. Alrighty. So again, that was James Davidson, the team manager for Parabellum Racing. We're going to go ahead and take just a quick 5-minute break here, and when we come back, we're going to pick up with Michael Kotab and the Parabellum Racing Black team running in P5 now from their 51st place start. That's again 46 positions gained in just a hair over 5.5 hours. But again, we're going to be out for just a few minutes here, and we will see you when we come back with our coverage of the Bathurst 12 Hours here on iRacing, hosted by Parabellum Esports and presented by Art of Racing TV. Just going to do this then. Welcome back to the 2021 Bathurst 12 Hours, hosted by Parabellum Esports and presented by Art of Racing TV, where we are covering the Parabellum Racing Black car, currently being driven by Michael Kotab on his way in for, I believe, a driver handoff probably in the next half an hour or so. I'm still here in the commentary booth with Nick at Nightfall 1.
Yes, I'm here.
Alrighty, and we are still, again, this amazing Bathurst race that is almost halfway done now, which I can't believe that we're not even quite to the halfway point.
Yeah, it's been 6 hours almost. And as we were talking about before the break, they have been clawing their way upwards. And there is not a single shred of like downwards force. They're just doing such a great job today. Just as a reminder, they started off as P51 and they're up until to P5. That is absolutely insane. And we actually had the Parabellum team manager on before the break in a little interview who actually confirmed our suspicions of that very interesting strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, we've been kind of keeping an eye on that since the beginning of the race here, and indeed they are, in fact, intentionally lifting and coasting, saving some fuel. Since the beginning of the race, they've been doing this to try and get an extra lap or two for each of these stints. And again, it's just what we've been talking about all day long. It's not just the strategy or the know-how to get through these races. It's the planning and the experience to have it all, or the experience to have it all planned out ahead of time, I should say, because these are not the kind of things that you can just decide to do, either in the middle of the race or even just day of, okay, start the race and let's try and save some fuel. These are things that these guys have clearly had in planning and in preparation for weeks during their practicing. As James said, they've figured out the stint lengths pretty much to the second, he said. So they know exactly how long they can stay out, exactly how far they can push, and exactly how much they have to lift and save on each stint to be able to eke that advantage out. And again, it's clearly paying dividends for them because they are just, every time they stay out, every time they do that overcut, they wind up, coming back out of the pits just a handful of positions ahead of where they were when everybody started to stop.
Yes, these guys are very, very fast and very smart too. They've calculated their stints on the second. They know exactly when to come in. So whenever we may be thinking, oh, well, maybe they should have come in, no, we're probably wrong. These guys have done their homework.
Exactly. Like I said earlier, you don't second guess an operation from an armchair. You see them, excuse me, you see them doing something like that, and you have to assume that there is a very good and predetermined reason why they're making all these choices. Because again, it's that experience of knowing just that being able to plan and execute these things, but just knowing that it's even possible. There's a certain level of experience that's required, as we see Michael just getting overtaken for P6 there by the unique sim racing blue car, which again they've been kind of going back and forth with all day, and we weren't originally sure if they were really going to be in competition with, and it's starting to seem like they may genuinely be. But again, not really worried about the positions too much right now, as Lucas came and told us earlier through the Twitch chat that they're just really focusing on getting through this middle part of the race and keeping the car clean and safe and ready for the end. Um, but yeah, like I was saying, though, just to even the experience that's required to even know, when you're setting out to start your practice for this event, to even know that it's possible, that it's something you can look into, that it's an option to save enough fuel to be able to eke out a couple extra laps per stint. To even have the idea, or the concept, it needs a certain amount of experience and know-how, and then to be able to actually put it into practice and execute again, it's just it really, really highlights the level that this team is operating at.
Yeah, and it has worked out perfectly. They've been strategic geniuses, I think. In addition to being very, very fast drivers, looking at this, we actually unique sim racing blue. We were actually talking about them earlier with their broken wing that they
Yeah,
apparently still have.
yeah, it looks like they might have been able to get a little bit of that fixed, or well, no, it seems just as broken as it ever has been. But clearly, clearly not holding them up too much, because again, they are still running strongly, and I'm not certain. Let's see. Let's take a look, see, and see again at these these pit times and how the strategy's been playing out for Parabellum, because again, you see this unique sim racing is ahead of them and has been able to, claw that position back on track, but also stopped 7 laps sooner. So is basically almost a third of a tank lighter. Um, and again is going to have to stop 7 laps again before the Parabellum team will. And for right now, that's not necessarily going to be a huge deal. They'll keep trading those positions back and forth, perhaps. But once we start getting to the end, that first of all, if it's a lap or two extra every stint, that 7 laps very quickly turns into 8 laps, 9 laps, 10 laps difference between them. And at the rate they're going here, you can see very quickly where that will actually net them. Once they hit that 30 laps, that's a full pit stop.
Right, and we've actually as we've been told, these guys came over to Parabellum Racing as a package. I think they're both from Czech, from if I'm not wrong here. So
I do believe so, if I'm reading that flag correctly. If I'm remembering my days of Hearts of Iron and Europa Universalis, which is absolutely how I learned country flags.
These guys are just so fast. It's incredible. Coming down again, um, you know, the Forest Elbow here into the Conrad Strait and pushing it until the very edge and trying to make up positions. Still, though, they're doing such a great job. Coasting you. Yeah, as we're told, this strategy is um, an integral part on this working out, being able to climb so many positions.
Exactly, and again, just the experience that it takes, just as a driver and as a team to, to be able to put that stuff together, but also the experience with the car in particular, to know again exactly how much you have to lift in order to save exactly enough fuel, while at the same time knowing that you're not costing yourself too much lap time. Because again, it on the face of it, it's actually very simple. It's a very simple matter for one of these teams to save an extra pit stop or even two full pit stops if they wanted to. You can drive this circuit 30 miles an hour and you'll be able to go a lot longer in a stint than most other cars. But again, if you have to go too slowly to save that much fuel, then it ends up being more harm than good. And again, just the experience of knowing exactly where that balance lies, and being experienced enough with the car to be able to achieve it is really telling.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a mindset, and it's the experience you only collect as being um, an endurance racer. Being a sprint racer, you probably would never ever think of such a strategy, just because you know they're small increments, and in a sprint race they probably won't matter. But in a 12-hour race, these increments add up.
Absolutely. And mindset is an interesting word there that I think is absolutely correct, because like we've been saying, it's very much all about that mental aspect, and as you just touched on, the difference between how somebody drives a sprint race versus an endurance race. And it is very much a mental thing too, of not only the experience and the ability and the know-how to save the fuel and all of that, but even even if somebody has put the math out on paper or whatever and said, hey, if you save this much fuel, if you hit this target lap time, we will save this many laps, and here's the plan. It's one thing to be told that and to understand it logically. It's quite another thing to be behind the wheel of the car and keep reminding yourself basically that it's okay to lift off for this corner. It's okay to not push completely. It's okay to see, the delta to my optimal lap, in the red. It's okay to not be going 100%, because it's such a mental game. Even when you know that eh, I hate myself every time I wind up quoting my father, but knowing and doing, excuse me, knowing and doing are two very different things. It's one thing to know that you can save the fuel and that it's okay and that it's going to be helpful. It's quite another to actually bring yourself to do it.
It really is. These guys, Michael and Lucas, are just very professional and very experienced. I mean, they must probably have collectively more than 1,000 laps on this track. So
Oh, I'm sure.
I,
And
I'm sure after these 12 hours, they probably won't be able to see it for a while.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I can certainly understand that kind of a feeling. But yeah, I mean, it's just like I said, these guys really are just absolutely on it, and especially too when you've seen them in traffic, in battles, fighting for position, and still being able to we like even at the beginning of the race when they were in tight tight packs for pretty much the entire stint, we still didn't see a variation in their stint length. Even when they're under pressure and fighting for position, they're still remembering to save that fuel. They're still not giving into the temptation to go 100%. They're still, sticking to the plan. And like I said, it's all about being able to have that plan, but also being able to execute.
Right, and after execution, I mean, maybe even at this point of the race, like almost the midway point of the race, it doesn't really even matter that much, maybe. But then it all comes together at the end of the race, in the final 1-2 hours, maybe even the final 30 minutes, where that extra fuel or that extra tire wear will gain you an extra position, maybe an extra couple of seconds. And
Mm.
it's that everything just working together, having this unusual strategy that has worked out for them perfectly so far.
Yeah, and
What
and it is somewhat unusual too, because generally speaking, when you see something like this, it's usually the undercut that's the preferred strategy. The drivers trying to basically come into the pits earlier than their competitors in order to get out sooner and get a couple of laps of clean running on fresh tires. But again, yeah, Parabellum going the exact opposite way and making it work very, very well for them today.
And we can see them actually picking up their pace a little bit again, because I think in the last couple of laps they were up to 2 minutes 7 seconds, and we're back to 2 minutes 6 seconds. Um, you know, it's they know what they're doing. It's all intentional, even if you think maybe that's a little weird. They probably know absolutely what they're doing.
Exactly, and it's just that way of that experience and that ability to adapt to the changing circumstances as well. And the big thing too that I keep thinking about is it's there's so much mentally going on to keep track of a race like this and to keep track of the strategy and to keep the team on target. you know Everything is constantly changing and constantly evolving. You have to you have to be able to have the plan and execute, but you need to be able to adapt to the circumstances as they change. It's one thing if you just come into it with this plan and that's fantastic, but basically if circumstances change where all of a sudden you can't. What happens if you really need to push 100% for the next couple of laps and you're not able to save fuel this stint? How does that affect your ultimate um, strategy? Does that change anything? Do you have to adjust the way you're doing things? Do you have to save more going forward? Can you just eat that lap? And again, to then kind of balance from a strategist point of view, to balance those little moments here, or towards the beginning of the race where, like you said, this one little moment or this one little pass or this one, tenth of lap time isn't really a big deal. And to a very big extent, that's very true. But from a strategist point of view, you kind of have to balance looking at it as, these little things don't really matter and we don't have to worry about them. And at the same time, too many of these little things very much will start to matter, you know?
It really does, and in 12 hours, it all just adds up. But Dexart and Chet actually brought up a very, very good point. He said the track is getting hot, that's why the times are going up, and that's something we
Absolutely.
haven't even talked about so far. So, for people that are less into racing, can you maybe explain about the track temperature?
Yeah, so I mean, a little bit. We're looking at now. You can see a 41 degrees Celsius on the bottom there of the weather on your right hand side of your screen. 41 degrees Celsius is the current track temperature. 22 degrees air temperature. So that that hot of a track. I mean, and 41 degrees is hot. Um, that hot of a track basically does start to have an effect on the lap times. Temperature is very, very a very, very important factor in racing and in ultimate speed to an extent that a lot of people don't always realize. But a track like this being so hot can basically start to just, for lack of a better word, just starts to melt the tires. You're basically your rubber starts degrading a little bit more. You end up having a little bit less grip, and the really big thing is also just the way that the temperatures can actually impact the composition of the rubber itself. The best way to think about it really is, for anybody who lives in an area that gets snow in the winter, if you put snow tires on your car, it's for much the same reason. A lot of it, some of it, yes, is different tread patterns and it gets rid of the water and this and that. But for the most part, you put snow tires on a car in the winter because the cold temperatures can really affect and change the composition of the rubber of a hot weather or a normal weather tire. And so, very similarly, but on the other end of the scale here, hot temperatures can very much do the same thing. And a tire that is designed to operate in a certain temperature window at peak performance very quickly can fall off if the temperature is outside of that window, whether it's too hot or too cold. You're also going to have a little bit too in the air temperature, of course, can affect your engine power a little bit. Cooler air being a little bit um, being a little bit denser basically can just give you a little bit more charge in the engine. A little bit, you're taking in more air, so it can compress a little bit more air. It can burn more fuel, and you can make a little bit more horsepower in cooler air as opposed to same conditions in warmer air. But very much just something that these drivers are having to deal with and adjust to as the day and the race wears on. Again, having started from nice cool temperatures in the pre-dawn hours this morning, we've really seen those times start to climb up as the race has gone on. We've seen we're starting to see the temperatures rise and the lap times rise now as well. And if it starts getting too warm again, it really can start just really degrading the tires much faster than you're expecting. As we can also already see a lot of rubber, all over the track there, little marbles off the racing line. So when the tires just start degrading like that too, not only are you now losing lap speed just in general, you're wearing through your tires faster, which means you're gonna have to change them out sooner. And you start running into, if you take it too far, you start running into worries about losing grip and sliding and locking up under the brakes because the tires just again aren't performing at their optimal level anymore.
Right, and I think it's good we actually refreshed on that because that explains why times are going up. But the same is I mean, it's the same track for everyone, so um, it doesn't really change, the positioning in the big scale of things. But the strategy is going to be the important part here.
Mhm.
Um, Although I am sure these guys know what they're doing, so they probably have accounted for that either way. I think we can still see that they're doing a great job, and we can see a lot of respect on the track too. As we're seeing while we're talking, there
Certainly.
was I think Quasar Sim Racing. It was just letting Parabellum Racing Black car here pass. So much respect for everyone on the track, and that's a very important part.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it feeds right into, like we've been saying, the teams that have that adaptability to change or to adapt to those changing track conditions. You're really going to start to see it make a difference from the teams that really can't quite deal with it. And again, looking at the mental side of it, as a driver and as a team, you kind of need to be aware of that track, that temperature rising, and of the changing conditions and how that's going to impact your car and your lap times. Not only as a driver, and like I said, making sure that you remain safe and don't run into problems, but also just to not let it affect your mental attitude too much. Because if you think about it, if you're one of these drivers and you don't realize that the track has shot up 21 degrees, yes, 21 degrees Celsius it has climbed since the start of this race. If you're one of these drivers and you don't realize that, and all you see is your lap times tumbling, it can be very easy to start thinking that the problem is you, and it just means that you need to push a little harder. Except if you are already going flat out and you try to push harder, you're going to very, very quickly find yourself in trouble.
Right. I think the key word that you mentioned there is adaptability. And although Parabellum Racing Black, they are a great racer, so they have that really unusual strategy that has worked out so far. I am pretty sure that they will be able to adapt when stuff like this comes up, just out of experience and being professional.
Absolutely. And then I will say, I mean, the one big big factor of that requires adaptability and just kind of being on your toes is unfortunately one thing that we don't see here in sim racing that hopefully will come soon, and that is well, two things I suppose I should say. That is weather and more importantly safety cars, because again those are the two things that can really start to impact a race like this over the course of an 8, a 10, a 12-hour race. When these conditions can just change on you, it's really, you see the teams that can just adapt to it, that can change the plan, that can go from plan A to plan B to plan C, without batting an eye and without worrying about it. And like I said, we don't have some of those concerns here in the iRacing world, but at the same time, there's everything can still turn on a dime in the blink of an eye, and you need to be ready for it.
Oh, are there any plans to implement weather like this in iRacing?
That absolutely is on the docket. I mean, for anybody who isn't aware, the day night cycle of transitions that we've been seeing, the changing light conditions and starting the darkness and moving into the light, is a relatively new feature of iRacing the past 2 years, I want to say. And weather has very much been on their radar, if you'll pardon the pun. Um, it's very much been something that iRacing has been interested in for a very long time. And to my knowledge, it's just one of those things they've been working to implement. But there's a lot that's kind of required before that can happen. And things that they've been doing over the past couple of years. As I mentioned, that day night transition cycle has come in. We're seeing updates to the damage model and to the tire models just in general. We've also now finally seen the first introduction for the Grand Prix series. We've seen the introduction of differing tire compounds into iRacing, which they've always said has been obviously a very key step in the development of implementing weather, because of course with rain comes wet weather tires. And so as of right now, for at least for these GT machinery and for the endurance races, tire allocations and tire compounds are not a concern, but they very much would have to be by the time you get weather effects modeled in sim. But again, it's something that the community has very much been looking forward to for a very long time, and we, at least I am sure, can't wait to see in an event like this.
Absolutely, I think that would be a perfect addition to this to the sim, and definitely deserving of it. Piki Nash
Yeah.
in chat actually brought up a great point too, because he said another missing aspect of racing, which is missing in iRacing, is the influence of tire pressure on the car.
Mm. Yeah, that is very much a big sticking point for the iRacing community. Um, eh, I won't pretend to be an expert on this by any means, but as best I understand it, just the way that it's modeled in iRacing isn't always the most um, isn't perfect, shall we say, and it tends to be, as best I understand it, there are some edge cases, but for the most part, the iRacing meta, if you will, pretty much calls for just running the lowest starting tire pressures that any given car will allow, and that tends to almost always be the fastest way. Which again, in real life, and I think what Lucas is getting at there is, especially in conditions like this, for example, with a track temperature that's shot up 20 degrees, the effect that that can have on your tire pressures and the effect that that in turn will have on your pace can be massive. And you can see that even in your road cars. If your tires are over or underinflated, you can very much notice a difference in handling and ride quality. And if you extrapolate that to 180 plus miles an hour, it very much makes a difference. If you basically if you're underinflated, you basically you well, no matter what, whether you're over or underinflated, you essentially lose a lot of the function of the sidewall of the tire, which absorbs a lot of can absorb a lot of energy and eat up some of those smaller bumps in the road and things like that, and make for a much smoother ride. Which again, these guys aren't so much concerned about it for comfort, but you have to think that every time you go over a bump or every time a wheel leaves the ground for just a second or just a millimeter, that's grip that you're losing. That's part of the car that's no longer connected to the road. And those little bumps and that ride quality very much does play into their ultimate speed here.
It really does, and let's just hope they implement all this stuff into iRacing, making events like these even more exciting. As they're talking in Twitch chat too, that having weather change over these endurance races, 12, 24 hours would be incredible, especially of adaptability, as you said. I
Mm.
think that's the key word again, being able to adapt and actually having to adapt to randomly changing weather would add a lot, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, it adds a lot of challenge for the drivers and the teams, but to me, it adds so much as a viewer, as a fan experience, just to know, or really not to know, but to not know, I should say, I guess, really what's going to happen in a race like this. And right now, we're of course we have no idea how this race is going to end, and it's anybody's game. But we're thinking about it in terms of who's going to put in that monster lap, who's going to make a mistake and have a crash. Things that people are going to basically do to themselves. But when it's you versus the environment, when you just have to see who can adapt to the rain the best, who's going to make the right tire call at the right time and go to wets versus inters, or vice versa, who's going to come back to slicks at the right time or the wrong time, and how the teams adapt to all of that. How do you The biggest thing, honestly, that I'd love to see for it too is just the variability in pit stops. um, because again, and I will say actually credit to Parabellum for this, because in a lot of these iRacing special events, there doesn't tend to be a lot of variation in the pit strategies. Um, it very much tends to be, again, a kind of a single strategy or two that tend to work the best, that everybody pretty much follows, unless they run into trouble, or for some reason they find themselves unable to. But when you introduce safety cars, when you introduce weather and the necessity to pit to change tires, and change tire compounds and things like that, all of a sudden, just that extra variability, I think, lends itself so much to the excitement of a race like this, where right now, okay, we're expecting Michael to come in anytime in the next couple of laps, and then for him to hand over to Lucas to do another 30 laps and then come back in. But when you can say, well, we're expecting another 30 laps from Lucas, unless it rains or there's a safety car or something like that, it just adds that extra layer of variability. And again, allows those teams, like Parabellum, that have demonstrated the ability to rise to that challenge. It just allows them to do so even more, and to elevate themselves above those drivers and teams that really can't, um, that can't adapt to the changing conditions, or to less than perfect circumstances.
Yeah, and as you've said, this Parabellum Black team is so good with a strategy, and they're so fast climbing their up, actually taking P4 while we're talking.
Indeed.
Um, it's incredible. I've said it a lot of times, but I just have to reiterate that they started at P51. So it's not like they started at P5 and have been, steadily holding their position. Now they've been climbing all race at a very, very fast pace, and now we're at a point where a podium is actually a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where they end up, because again, we've said it all day long here. You never know what's going to happen in a race like this, and you never know when something can change. But I mean, just again, the performance that they've been putting in here today is, it's just boggling the mind. It's really just astonishing. They really have shown themselves to be very much on a different level to a lot of these other teams that are competing here today. And I say that not taking anything away from the other teams here. I mean, the entire field here has been incredibly poised and performing incredibly well. And so for these guys to rise above that, I think just speaks volumes.
It really does, and I think that Parabellum did really do a great choice by getting them on their team. As we see them on P3 now, actually, it's they're doing an incredible job.
Absolutely, and so we're going to be expecting them to come into the pits here in the next couple of laps. So I'm starting to keep an eye on where they're going to cycle back out. Like we said, they've usually been able to pick up one or two spots every pit stop through this overcut that they've been doing. So yeah, they're P3 right now, but I think they were. I'm going to say around. I'm going to call them P6 when a lot of the field started their latest round of pit stops. So let's see where they come back out. I'm assuming, of course, they're not going to hold on to that third place spot after they
Yeah,
exit the
they
pits,
can't.
but No, of course not. But I would not be surprised though if they don't, like I said, they don't quite fall all the way back to where they were when the pit windows opened.
Yes, absolutely. Um, uh, Maybe it's worth saying. I said this in the beginning of the race, but it's still worth saying that there used to be 24-hour races on this track that had been actually abandoned. There were just two of them in 2002 and 2003. Can you imagine riding this track when we're done later, doing that another 12 hours on this highly technical track?
In the
It's
dark.
in the dark again. It's incredible. This is such a technical track. So as we said earlier, you have this one extremely long straight, then this shorter straight, and then this very technical mountain climbing ish path roads, the S's, going up to Solomon Park and all of that stuff. It's incredible doing that for 12 hours,
Yeah,
and
it's
then
it's
doing
almost
it
like it's
another 12.
basically you've got this long Conrad Straight and then the Mountain Straight, joined by the shorter pit straight there. So, and like I said, with the tricky mountain section in between. So you've basically got Indianapolis with a hill climb in the middle of it. That's
Yeah, I
really
think
what
that's a good
Bathurst is.
comparison.
It's Indianapolis with a hill climb in between turns 1 and 2. It's absolutely ridiculous, and yeah, like I said, too, unbelievable to watch. Not surprising, frankly, that they don't run 24-hour races here anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
But again, for those of you who were there at the start, you'll have seen. But for those who weren't, that's why this race, even though it is a 12-hour race, they do maintain the tradition of dropping the green flag, usually just before around 6 a.m. local time, so about an hour or so before dawn, in order to still get that first hour or so of darkness running that they would have gotten in a 24-hour race through the middle of the night. So it still introduces that extra layer of challenge, that extra variability, like I said, that um, extra difficulty to the first stint or so. On top of the fact that it's the beginning of the race when everybody is bunched up and everybody's chomping at the bit and getting ready to go and trying to sort themselves out and find track position. So it's very much a tricky first stint here at Bathurst compared to even other races of a similar length. Alrighty, and as we come through just past the halfway point of this race, which I still can't believe is half gone already, we have got Pink. Sorry, we've got a quick update from the rest of the Parabellum cars. So we've got Pink in P21 in their race again, starting to come back from I think from where they had been a little while ago. Also, a very strong result from them. And then let me see where the Crimson car has wound themselves up. They are in P14 now, and again, I think the last we checked with them, they were down in the low 20s as well after an unfortunate incident. So all of the Parabellum cars really just charging through their respective fields here in one way or another. And it seems like the Parabellum Black has been able to avoid any serious incidents or problems so far, as he's getting chased down quite tightly by the Phoenix Team Racing Ferrari behind for P4. But again, I would expect Michael, if not this lap, probably next. But let's see if we can take a look at when he last came in. So Kotab, it seems on lap 26 of his stint here, so maybe 2 or 3, in fact, laps before we see him in the pits. We'll see if he can hold on to this position until then.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. I mean, but with this weird overcutting strategy, you never know.
Right, exactly, and it does seem though that the Phoenix team is more or less on an equal pit window with Parabellum. They pitted 1 lap earlier, um, so it'd be interesting to see if we can get if we see them coming in ahead of the Parabellum team, or if they can maybe stretch out that 1 extra lap, like Parabellum has
Still
been
not
doing.
going in.
Now, still not coming in. Still got probably another couple laps to go here. Because yeah, I mean the Parabellum was last in on lap 150. Excuse me, 150, and we've been seeing 30 lap stints from them. Um, actually not pretty regularly, exactly 30 lap stints from them on the dot every time. So I would see probably another 2 laps before we see them come into the pits here.
Yeah, and we can see Michael fending off the Phoenix team. Although uh, the Phoenix team isn't really attempting that much to. As I say that,
A little bit of a look alongside, but again, just thinks better of it, trying to put himself on the outside around the outed cutting there, and not really going to be any place for him to go. And again, just some smart driving there by the Phoenix team.
yeah, it really looked like maybe let's wait.
Yeah, and it's like we've been saying, it's you kind of throw these little half-hearted moves out there to just kind of keep the guy ahead of you on his toes, and basically just remind him that, hey, I'm still right here, and if you make a mistake, I will come past you, but I'm not really pushing you just yet.
Right, it really does look like a psychological thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And half of it is literally just, you try for it just in case there's a freebie on offer because at the same time, as we've been saying all day, defending some of these positions isn't always in everybody's best interest either. So, again, you put yourself out in the middle of the track, you have half a little look just to keep the guy in front of you honest, keep him on his toes. And if he's decides that, he doesn't really feel like defending and it's just worth letting you by, then you know what, you might just pick up a free position. So it never really hurts to try as indeed the Phoenix car does come past Michael. We just again with that massive draft we keep seeing down Conrad straight into the chase there.
We had this early in the race actually, and what happened was the Phoenix team ended up pitting right after because I mean it makes sense why. Yeah, and it's the exact same thing.
And indeed, yeah, they come past right just to dive into the pits, which again, may or may not really have been necessary. I don't think it really would have cost them too much time to have just waited behind the Parabellum car if they're making for the pits. But again, from the Phoenix team's point of view, they're not sure if Parabellum's going to be coming in with them, and just in case you're going to be pitting on the same lap, you want to try and get that track position, just get into the pits ahead of them, so you can make sure you get out ahead as well.
Right, and you just see them. As I said, we've seen that early, and it does make sense. As the Parabellum car had been towing around the Phoenix team racing car for a while, and as I said earlier, they've done the same thing. Getting ahead just short before the pit lane. Does make a lot of sense though to do that.
Like I said, if you're just to try and cover off the possibility of somebody pitting with you, but let's see, because I'm guessing that Parabellum's probably going to be in this lap. So let's see once Michael cycles out. Um, in fact, actually, I'm assuming it's going to be Lucas who will cycle out. But once the Parabellum team comes back out of the pits, let's see where they are in relation to that Phoenix team racing, who's still sat in the pits and is going to be exiting. It looks like P9 or P10. But I would not be surprised if the Parabellum car exits the pits um, at least a couple of seconds ahead of the Phoenix team, as compared to just being nose to tail like they were going in.
Going down the Conrad Straight again. I'm really actually I can't wait to see if they pit now. It's it's
Right.
always a surprise.
All right. And Phoenix team is out of the pits and back onto track. Let's see. So they cycled out P12, it looks like. And let's see if Michael's going to bring the Parabellum car in this lap or if he's going to send it one more time.
He's not gonna do it. Yeah,
Nope, he's staying
I
out.
told you.
He is indeed staying out. And again, just kind of looking for that extra little bit of space that he can maybe pull on the Phoenix team behind him. This is what they've been doing, as we've said, all race. They've been doing these overcuts and just staying out a couple extra laps on each stint, lifting and coasting and saving some fuel through the course, of each stint, so that they can stay out just a little bit longer and really claw back some time on their rivals while they've got the opportunity of some clear track.
And it does work out as they take P2 with the Sim Racing Academy White going into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see where they again they were about P6, I want to say, when this latest round of pit stops first started about, I don't know, 10 or 15 minutes ago. So of course they've worked their way up to P2 now as people ahead of them have entered the pits. As he comes around this time, I'm assuming Michael will bring it in this lap, and so we'll see where they cycle out. But again, they essentially started this round of pit stops in P6, and I would not be surprised if they cycle out in fourth or fifth, having gained themselves a net of an extra position or two.
Right, that would be. I think that's what they want. Let's see if they pit here.
Absolutely,
Um,
and would be very much be in keeping with kind of the gains we've been seeing them make in the pits so far.
they've done an incredible job in pretty much everything they've done so far. I haven't seen them. I don't think I remember a single mistake either of them did so far. So
As I say, I don't think I've really seen them put a wheel wrong.
it's and these guys are incredible, and I think it's really worth watching. So for everyone who's still here, that's I think you're watching an incredible race today.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just if you are watching and you are enjoying, feel free to reach out to us in the booth here at Art of Racing TV on Twitter, or join the Twitch chat on twitch.tv/PBLM esports. We are going to be live all day long for the end of this race. And indeed, Michael, again, with those late dives for pit lane, he really does seem to like to hit that last yellow cone.
It really does, yeah.
But again, Michael bringing in, I'm assuming this is going to be a driver change for the Parabellum Racing Black car, and we'll see Lucas Christic getting back in. But that remains to be seen.
I mean, it has to be. They have been pretty consistently swapping drivers every other hour,
Right.
so
Yeah, that's my assumption. That's what I'm basing it on. But again, I'm really interested to see where these guys are going to cycle back out, particularly where in relation to Phoenix Team Racing, currently running in P11. Um,
and there's the driver swap.
Yep, there's the driver swap. Lucas Christic in the car again, as we expected. Who again did just a phenomenal second, or he did the second set of stints and just really cemented their charge up this field here. Dropped one spot, two spots now in the pits as GTL VRT Red comes back to reclaim their spot on the podium. Who they were in second for quite a while, and it seems like they've dropped down just a little bit.
They've done an incredible job, though, the Parabellum guys. I mean, we're here to cover them too, but I think it's worth mentioning Matt Alone taking P5 there.
I know. I've just been saying I've been kind of keeping an eye on him all through the day too, because you gotta think that come the end of this, he's certainly going to be somebody to keep an eye out for some of these other teams. Just knowing that he's a very talented driver, don't get me wrong, but just knowing that he has been in that car, for 8, 9, 10 hours, and just knowing how exhausted and overtired he must be, it gives you just that little bit of pause, or it's just something to keep in mind. Um, as you come up upon him later in the race and just going, okay, is he aware? Is he awake? Is he paying attention? Is he at his peak? You know.
I mean, seeing how he's P4, he pretty much has to be. But we see Parabellum Racing Black team coming back in at P9. That's probably not what they wanted.
Yeah, well, again, that's also including that extra time for the driver change, though. So not really the end of the world. We'll see. They're right behind a Phoenix Racing team, though, and we'll see what the actual gap looks like here. But yeah, they're less than 2 seconds behind Phoenix Racing. So basically, even with the driver change, they really didn't cost them much. Um,
Right, right.
and you have to think that basically that normally would have cost them a little bit of extra time in the pits. So essentially, you can pretty much look at they were able to save enough time, or they would have gained enough time normally, so that the driver swap really didn't hurt them and just kind of put them back to where a normal pit stop would have left anybody else.
Right.
So we are now coming almost to the 6.5 hour mark. Parabellum now again running in P9, but I think that's very quickly going to change. And also, we'll take a look here at when everybody ahead of them has pit. Again, I'm seeing at least one, the P2 Kilometric Zero Koala team, that has yet to complete its stop for this round. They were lasted on 151, so I would expect them in probably this lap, if not next, which will be essentially a position cycling up for the Parabellum team. But we'll see what they can do with this. Again, up a net of 42 positions so far from their
Absolutely
P51
incredible.
start. Which again, yeah, it's just still it's just absolutely boggling the mind here. Um, and the fact that they're not even the only ones in this field to have had those kind of gains. I mean, you've got the P12 TechSense team up 40 positions from their start. this has just been an absolutely insane race with just so much change going on.
Yeah, it really has been. And you can't forget, you said it earlier, we're like 6.5 hours in. Usually you would say, wow, that's a long time, but it's only 6.5 hours. We just crossed the halfway point. There's so much still to happen.
Absolutely. I mean, there's still anything that can happen here. This is still very much anybody's game, and it's just been an absolutely phenomenal race here. It's been absolutely crazy to see. Got looks like only two cars remaining on the lead lap, however. Well, really, I suppose that's only going to be one, as the Kilometro Zero Koala car is going to have to pit. So
It's a very.
Red Camel
Good.
Esports. I mean, in a very strong position here. It has to be said, but again, we've seen those first place teams fail right at the end there. We've seen it crumble.
Yes, we really did. Maybe again for the people who weren't there. During Daytona 24 hours, we've been casting for Parabellum Team Crimson. And what happened was we had this team, I don't remember, I think it was a German team, and they were up in first place for, I think, 22 hours or something. And then they spun or crashed. And that's just heartbreaking. And it just adds to what Zach has been saying. Everything can change very, very quickly for everyone on this track.
That's the thing. We've been saying all day, how strongly Parabellum is running and how well everything has been going for them. But that's the thing to keep in mind, and it's something I'm sure that the team is intimately aware of, is that everything's been going well for them, and it will be until it isn't. That's all it takes. Everything can be going very well for you until it's not anymore.
Oh, I'm sure they're aware. Like it's probably like a buzzing fly in your head at that point.
hmm and like we've been saying all day long, is that very important mental aspect to it as a driver and as a team member, of just kind of um, balancing those factors of not trying to let it, trying to remain aware of the fact that just because you've been running strongly so far doesn't mean really anything, and that it can all go away and you still have to keep putting in the work. But at the same time, not letting that fear, that worry, impact you, because again, it's one of the easiest ways to have an accident or have a problem is to keep worrying about whether or not you're going to have an accident.
I don't know. I think if you keep worrying about it, it's just gonna get more likely.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The more you worry about anything can go wrong, you're almost guaranteeing that something's going to.
Yeah,
Um,
but let's hope that won't happen.
Hopefully not, but at the same time, like I said, it's that interesting balancing act, because you don't want to focus on it, but at the same time, you can't put it completely out of your mind, and you can't get complacent.
Right. Up until now, we really haven't seen them make any major mistakes. We even had a car going like straight across the track to the pits, and if that didn't throw them off, they know exactly what they're doing, and they're so adaptable and so fast that unless it starts to rain, yeah, as you said, it can't happen. But
Yeah, well, unless the iRacing team is going to push an update real quick here in the middle of the race, which I suppose, I suppose, is
yeah, they're
always a
just doing an
possibility. But
incredible job. I
yeah.
don't think. I mean, I don't. Actually, no, commentators curse. Let's not.
Yeah, like I said, they're doing an incredible job here, and it's been absolutely incredible to watch. And I just I can't wait to see what else is going to happen here, because we know that we have seen that these guys are just very much able to adapt. They are very much able to cope with this kind of pressure, and to just keep doing lap after lap after lap, and corner after corner after corner. And again, we've talked about it before. Even when they're in these tight packs here, and battling for position on track, you'll see that they're still Luca's still able to save fuel, and we'll be able to see that when they come in for his next pit stop. That I'd I'd be willing to put pretty much any amount of money on it that you care to name. That even in the midst of this battle here and everything, he's still going to come in after a bang perfect 30 laps.
Yeah, he certainly knows what he's doing.
And again, it's just that mindset, because to any racer, this situation here is time to be on your absolute A game and put the pedal to the wall or put the pedal to the floor, excuse me, and just and absolutely go for broke and try and get past these guys. Whereas the endurance racer's mindset says being right behind these guys means that I can lift and save fuel and not lose time. I won't gain anything either, but I don't need to. All I need to do is stay where I am.
Right.
And
It's such a different mindset. It's a completely different mindset.
it's these. I mean, these guys are playing chess while they're driving the car. It's absolutely crazy to think about. Just how much goes into it. And again, it's why it requires such a strong organization to be able to pull something like this off, because you cannot leave it up to the driver. You can't have the driver worrying about pit strategies or when to come in or who they're fighting or paying attention to the timing or anything like that. You want that driver to be free to concentrate on nothing but driving the car, as Lucas is very very capably doing, as we are watching him carving through some of this lap traffic.
Yeah, a lot of
Um,
traffic here. We haven't actually seen a lot of that recently.
in fact, at least one of those was not lapped because he has just completed an overtake for P7.
Yes, nice job.
And again, you can see him just right on the gearbox there of the Phoenix Racing Team, right where they left off after that pit stop. And again, even with the extra time of a driver change, it's cost them a grand total of about 2 tenths.
Right, and we can see it really they know what they're doing. We before the break earlier, we had the racing dad on here who is the Parabellum team manager who confirmed our suspicions of this weird strategy that they're following. And he said that these guys have calculated their stints to a second. So they absolutely know what they're doing. They absolutely know how long they can stay out there to not lose time, and it really really shows.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's just something. I mean, we've touched on it so many times, and I'm sure we will continue to. But just from Lucas, from Michael, and from the rest of the field here, has just been an absolute, clinic in how to race cleanly, how to race quickly, how to race excitingly, and and again, most of all, just how to do it safely.
Yeah, so for the guys at the Parabellum Academy, I think this is a race actually looking at to learn.
Absolutely. I mean, this is textbook. This really is absolutely textbook. As we are seeing here, Luke is making the pass back on the Phoenix team racing Ferrari, exactly where he lost a spot to them through the chase there with the draft down Conrad straight, and he is now cleanly ahead. And a 2/10 gap ahead turns into 5/10 behind.
Very, very fast and very, very clean overtake there.
Absolutely. Again, just carving through like there was nobody there, like there's no challenge, like you were passing someone on the motorway.
Yes. They're saying they're driving their race pretty much following their strategy almost I don't want to say but almost ignoring the other racers. They really don't let them influence their mindset.
Exactly. And it really is I think it's part of the strength and part of what we're seeing here is just the fact that they, like I said, they're very much just running their race. They have their plan and they are sticking to it and executing it to the best of their ability, and doing everything that they can to basically not let anything impact it. They just say, here, I'm here to do my thing, I'm here to do this plan, I'm here to run my race, and you don't even matter to me. You're not important. It doesn't matter that you're ahead of me or behind me or near me or whatever. I'm just doing what I'm doing whether you're here or not. And that's the mark of a real professional driver, or a real professional at anything really. Is, again, it's just, here's the plan, here's my job that I'm here to do, and that's what I'm going to do, regardless of whatever else happens.
Yes, it's very, very impressive, I think. Speaking of which, we were talking about this earlier. This is a duo team, so we have Lukas Kristek and then we have Mikael, um, who are making this team of Parabellum Racing Black. Earlier, there were actually three people supposed to be driving this team. Do you think, only being two, as opposed to being three, do you think that the fatigue might be an issue later, or from your experience?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly something. I don't know if it'll be an issue. That'll always remain to be seen, I suppose. But it's certainly a concern. I mean, there's no doubt about that. As a driver or as a team manager, if you're putting together two people for a 12-hour race, that's absolutely something that you have to, not necessarily worry about, but it's something you always keep in mind, and just go, okay, and I think it's why we're seeing them do these alternating double stints rather than keeping one of the drivers in for maybe a little bit longer, even when they're right in the zone, and maybe. In another circumstance, you might want to leave a driver in who's comfortable and dialed in, but I think they're being very smart of just sticking to these 2-hour stints to make sure that each of the drivers gets enough driving time to get comfortable and to get something accomplished, and at the same time gets enough rest in between, to not be completely drained. Um, I think they have a good strategy and a good plan going on here. But yeah, like I said, is in a race like this, it's the fatigue and the wear on the drivers is always something to be concerned about.
Seeing them coming over the cutting again, which is basically the beginning of this very technical part of the track, going to I think what they call the Frog Hollow, and
Mhm.
then coming to the S's, the
Yeah,
Dipper, and yeah,
yeah. To put it this way, the cutting is where you inhale, and you don't really exhale until forced elbow.
pretty much, yeah.
That's pretty much how this track works. Is you hold your breath at the end of the mountain straight, and you get to release it when you get to the Colorado straight.
Right. We've seen it a couple of times from the perspective of the driver here, and it's just really, really technical. Maybe we can, if I remember, for the next lap, put this in cockpit view
I was just gonna
for
say,
that
well,
part.
we've done one already, and let's see if we can do another. We'll take another lap on board. I think we did a lap on board with Michael last time, so this will actually be perfect. We'll take this next lap on board with Lucas Christic in the Parabellum Racing Black car and see just what it's like from the driver's point of view, from the cockpit view, what it's like to go up the mountain and come down the other side, and hopefully with a little bit of traffic in there.
You
But
know, I love the way iRacing looks, but I'm always a proponent of just, of cockpit view because you see so much and it's a very, very different perspective.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one thing to watch it on TV, but it's sometimes you really just see what it looks like from the driver's point of view, and you know it's amazing too when even the reverse can be true as a driver when you get to see an external shot of a certain corner of a track or something like that. It's amazing sometimes when you look and go, you realize just how wide or how long a certain corner is that feels incredibly tight and claustrophobic in the cockpit, or vice versa. And it's just it really just gives a different perspective, and just a nice idea of what it's like for these guys coming up through the cutting now, for example. And again, like you mentioned earlier, just completely blind, trusting your knowledge of the track, trusting your experience, trusting yourself and your car, and just sort of aiming for corners that and hoping the exit is where you left it.
Right. This is the part I was talking about. Looking at this, you just look at this, just going down there with such a speed, complete trust in the car and your skills.
Exactly.
It's incredible. Going through these corners with like 200 kilometers per hour is incredible. And this is what I was talking about when I was saying that this is the technical part of this track. There's so many corners, and a lot of them are blind. You don't know anything on the other side, but you you gotta you trust your track knowledge, which these guys obviously have.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean that's really the thing is you just see, especially coming down, down the mountain there through the S's and through the Dipper into the elbow. Like I said, it's incredibly tricky. It's incredibly tight and technical. It is 100% high commitment. you know, there is no room for error. And I mean absolutely none too, because it's not even about aiming the car or placing it right. If you hit a bump wrong, I mean you are in such tight confines, and the direction of the track keeps changing, the elevation of the track keeps changing. It is so incredibly easy to hit a pebble and have it launch you into the wall because there is just no room to correct.
Absolutely. And maybe for the people who don't know, these iRacing tracks are 3D scans, so they are very, very close, if not 100% or almost 100% to the real thing. So you can actually, if you have a proper setup, you can actually feel every single, little hole this track has.
And again, and being as this is public roads through most of the year, there are quite a lot of them, and you can kind of get an idea of that. Not necessarily the surface itself, but even just the terrain here, and just the undulation in it. You can see just how bumpy and uneven this track really is, and how much these cars move around. And so, like I said, it really is no exaggeration. Going down through that dipper and through that S's section, it can be, the end of your race can really come from something as simple as hitting a bump in the road at the wrong angle or something like that. There is, I mean, threading the needle doesn't even begin to describe coming down through this section here. And
Really,
you see them with
it's true.
millimeter perfect every single time.
Absolutely. As we're on board with Lucas here, we could see in the in the cockpit view how technical it is and how terrifying it is going through these S's with full speed, 200 plus kilometers an hour. It's amazing what they can do.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and again, you think about it, when you have to learn this track, when you've never been here before, it is just one of the most intimidating things is to try and learn a track like this, because there's no amount of watching, there's no amount of preparation you can do that will truly give you an idea of what it is like to go up and down that mountain.
It really is. But neither Michael nor Lucas have made a single mistake from my layman's point of view. They've done such an
Absolutely.
incredible job through on the mountain, no mistakes, just going full speed, knowing exactly when to brake, where everything is. It's incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing that gets me too is, like I said, you talking about how tight and narrow that mountain section is. Just to remind you, I mean, this is public roads when this is not a racer. These are public roads. Those are those little patches of asphalt you see to the left and right of the track are people's driveways. You know, this is normally, and it's a two-way road. This is not a one-way street. So it's amazing to go through this at speed on a race car, but even at roadway speed, even at 60 kilometers an hour speed limit for this road here, could you imagine coming down through the Dipper or Forest Elbow and seeing somebody coming the other way?
Yeah, it's. I mean, even then, even if you're like on, as you said, 50, 60 kilometers per hour, you might still slow down just
That
to
would
be
be
safe.
scary on a bicycle. Okay.
Absolutely. It really is that way. Just looking at the way the elevation changes, you're absolutely blind through most of that mountain
Absolutely.
part. And as the racing dad said in chat, 23 turns in total, and 20 of them are on the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. I will point out too, just to do my part for the town of Bathurst and New South Wales, that I'm sure it'll be very keen for viewers to know that while you can drive this racetrack as public roads, it is very heavily policed, and they would prefer that you keep to the 60-kilometer-an-hour speed limit. For anybody who's getting any ideas.
Yeah, in case I'm in Australia.
It's very much. I didn't get to go. Unfortunately, I had some emergencies came up just like 2 weeks before I was due to leave. But a couple years ago, I had booked myself kind of a birthday present for myself. I had a trip to Australia to go scuba dive the reef, go drive down and see the Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne, and of course take a nice stop off at Bathurst in a rental car. And it's still one of my great regrets that I was not able to do that yet.
Oh
Anyway,
yeah,
not
that's a
yet.
shame.
I'll get back there. I'll make it happen eventually.
I'm sure. I mean, this is a pretty, I think, from my experience, a pretty average length track with 6.213 kilometers. So you've seen, as a driver sitting there, you've seen the same corners for 190 three times now. Fatigue must set in. We've talked about this earlier, but can you imagine doing the same thing for 100, 200 times, like within 6 or 7 hours almost now?
Like I
It's
said, it's I really for anybody watching or anybody who doesn't think so. I mean, I challenge you to literally. I think I said it before. I challenge you to tie your shoes. Just tie your shoelaces and untie them over and over again for 6 hours, and see if you can do that without messing up once.
Yeah,
It,
and that's what these guys were able to do. Basically, it's
right.
crazy. They're so good.
Except they're tying their shoes at 200 miles an hour. I mean, it's unbelievable. But like I said, the fatigue very much comes into play, especially towards this part of a race. Even if if you're not somebody like Matt Malone, even if you're not doing this by yourself, just even if you haven't been in the car driving that whole time, you've been up, you've been awake, you were energized, and you were paying attention for this whole time. I mean, there's certainly some people who can, but most of the drivers I know don't get any sort of rest or
Yeah,
sleep. Certainly no sleep during events like this. And yeah, you got 2 hours of quote unquote rest period between your stints in the car, but almost every driver I know takes about 5 or 10 minutes of that to go and pee, and then they're right back to watching the timing screens, listening to the radios, just trying to stay involved in the race.
yeah.
Um,
I mean, you have to. It's the adrenaline just pumping. It's not gonna go away during that
exactly.
break.
And it's just part of that driver's tool set too, that everybody finds their ways of dealing with that stress and anxiety, and just dealing with that energy, and dealing with the fatigue, and how to stay focused, and how to keep concentrated, and how to just keep going. Um, One of my favorite things is always, and this will sound silly, you'll probably get a good laugh out of this, but one of my favorite tricks was always to remember Professor Oak from the Pokemon games. If you'll recall, for anybody who played, especially the original couple Pokemon games on Game Boy, but if you try to use your bicycle, or any of the special items in a place where you're not meant to, it won't let you, and you'll just get Professor Oak pops up at the top of the screen with just a little message that says, "Now is not the time for that." And
Right.
that has always been, I swear, that has been my go-to trick for if I'm driving in a long stand like this, and I find my mind start to wander, you start to wonder about this, you start thinking about that, or whatever. As soon as I catch myself thinking about anything but what I'm doing, it's just, now is not the time for that.
Right, but
Just
it
remind
is what
yourself.
happens. It
Oh,
has to happen
it it,
after
it can't
such a
not.
long time.
Your mind just wanders a little bit. It is impossible to stay that laser focused for that length of time. And really, when people talk about concentration and focus in these kind of contexts, it's not, being concentrated or staying focused for 6 hours doesn't mean never wavering and never losing your focus and never losing your concentration. It means finding a way to get it back, and to keep it up, and to maintain overall over a large period of time. It does not mean that it doesn't waver ever, because that's just, it's inhuman. There's no way that anybody can do that for 6, 12 hours at a time. And so again, it really is just becomes about managing that stress, managing that fatigue, managing yourself, and knowing how hard you can push yourself and when, in order to get the best result, and to not hurt yourself too.
Yeah, I mean, it's just in these cars for so. I mean, for in this case, there are 2 hour stints. So you're in this car for 2 hours. You're maybe you're sweating, you're thirsty, but your mind just it starts to wander. And if it happens for like at a critical point in a corner or something, that can be the end of your race if you make a tiny mistake. And
Absolutely.
it just speaks volumes about these guys that they were able to hold on for so long without doing any major mistakes.
Yeah, and again, especially in a longer format races like this, and this might seem obvious, but of course, when you're just seeing the same corner now for the 194th time, you know, especially when you're in these middle parts of the race where, excuse me, where there's not necessarily a ton of on track action, where you might not be in a big group of cars, you might just be out on track by yourself, a little bit like the Parabellum team is, more or less right now. And when you get into those situations, it is so easy to let your mind wander, because there's nothing really for you to focus on. You don't have to focus on the car ahead of you. You don't have to focus on somebody behind you. You're not really worried about that. And I mentioned it earlier. It's that complacency that you have to avoid, of feeling like you just exactly what you're doing, and you don't really need to concentrate anymore. And not that anybody ever, I don't think it really occurs to people in that context. I don't think anybody's really going like, "Oh, I've got this. I don't need to concentrate anymore." But that's kind of what happens. Is you just you've seen the same corner 100 times, and you've gone through it 100 times with no problem. And there's nothing really exciting going on right now. You're just kind of going through the motions and just doing turning laps and turning corners. It's so easy to let your mind wander, because you don't really feel, subconsciously you start to shift your focus around, because you feel like you don't need it, to be so concentrated anymore. And like you said, the second you do that, immediately you can find yourself in trouble.
Right. I mean, I'm more of a layman between the two of us, obviously. But if anything, I'm more of a sprint driver. And whenever I do races in, like, I don't know, Assetto Corsa or something, I just being driving a race for, I don't know, 30 or 40 minutes already, I can feel the fatigue, and already I start spinning. It's these guys are just so great, being able to hold that. And we can see that the broken wing again has been a running theme throughout this race.
Yeah, and again, I mean, credit where credit's due, because that unique sim racing blue Audi. We've noted them a couple of times for that broken wing, and keep thinking that it's gonna be costing them. It must be costing them top line speed, and it must be hurting them. But at the same time, we keep coming across them in fairly strong and stable positions, and it doesn't really seem to be hurting them all that much. So you got to give them credit for being able to keep that car going and keep it up at speed.
It's really funny to me because the first time I saw it, I was like, "Ooh, that's probably gonna cost a lot of time."
Hmm.
And then the second one, I was like, "Is that a new dent? Didn't they fix it?"
Right, and then
And
at this point, you see it, and you just go like, "Well, I guess it's not a big deal then."
right, oh, it's them again. It's
Yeah, it doesn't seem to bother them, so
yeah,
I guess it's
it's
okay.
really funny.
So it's like when you see, people see dog or a baby or something like that. They sleep in these just ridiculous positions sometimes, and you go like, "Okay, well, that can't possibly be comfortable," and yet they're sound asleep, so it must be okay. And
Yes,
that's the
well,
same thing. I go, "There's no way that wing can be working properly," but they're maintaining their speed, so it must be comfortable.
yeah, for whatever they are doing, it seems to work with the wing. Although I would think that they're probably still losing time here a little bit at least.
Yeah, well, maybe it's like that Zenvo TS1 wing, the active wing that changes angles from side to side, and so they're just kind of hoping, they're banking on the fact that it's a counterclockwise circuit, and this is very very advanced aerodynamics going on here from the unique sim racing team.
Yeah, maybe this was planned. Maybe they wanted the wing to be
Well,
this way.
it's like we've been saying all day. You don't second guess the operation. You just assume that whatever they're doing, it's because they meant to.
Yeah, I'm sure this was this was completely on purpose. They need a bent wing to get their times.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, it's working out okay for them, as we see Lucas getting just a little feisty here, getting right up underneath the unique sim racing. Looks like he was thinking about
Ooh.
having a move there, and I don't think the gap was quite where he wanted it to be. Um, Coming up to almost the 7 hour mark here, and we're gonna be expecting another stop from Lucas, probably within the next 10 laps ish, I would say. Um, But before we do that, we're going to see. I think we're going to be able to have another conversation with Chris, with our the Parabellum esports president, and see if we can get another little update on how the race is going. So, Chris, are you there with us?
Yeah, I'm here, guys.
There he is. So again, I mean, we talked to you before, and it seems like they're almost in a stronger position than when we left them. But how are you feeling about this race that's unwinding here?
It's been incredible to watch. These guys are just world class drivers from what I'm watching right now. They're really keeping it steady. They're having conversations with the rest of the team in the team Discord channel, and they've all got a good head on right now, and I don't know what else to say. It's just all good things all around right now.
Yeah, absolutely. So wait, so Lucas and Michael are finding time to chat and have conversations while they're doing this.
Well, these guys have their own private server, right? That basically the community's in, and they're chatting with the rest of the drivers who are off right now on their breaks.
Gotcha.
So they're just trying to keep a good mental right now, and let everyone know how we're all doing, and everyone's just kind of rooting each other on, and hoping to bring the car home, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And now you mentioned something there. You mentioned just the mental aspect of it that we've been talking about for a while now here. So from your point of view, from your organizational side, I mean, what what do you see going into it right now as far as keeping up that that mental state and keeping up the right attitude and just getting these guys to or keeping these guys focused on what they're doing?
I think the best thing you said earlier is I think it came from one of the drivers here that they're just focusing on doing what they need to do right now. They're not going above and beyond anything. They're not going crazy out there. They know it's a long race. It's a marathon, and they just need to make sure that they keep their pace. Make sure they're keeping that gap in between their cars. They're not making crazy passes or passing opportunities. I've seen them let cars by that are going a little bit faster, and they're fine with it. Even if they're lap traffic, they're just like, go ahead, and we're just gonna hang out here. It's working for us. We'll see you guys in a bit when we come back around.
Yeah, exactly. It's like we've been saying. It's really just been a very intelligent day of driving from Michael and Lucas here to just keep themselves out of trouble, and again just making sure that there's 7 hours in and not a mark on that car, which is absolutely phenomenal. Um, Now we've also been talking a little bit too, just about the effort and the fatigue that comes into play, especially as we start getting into 7 hours here. So, is that something that you guys are concerned about? Is that something you're looking at all with just this being just a two-driver team, or is that something that's basically just been accounted for and planned for?
I'm sure these guys are very comfortable with the position that they've been put in for this. Otherwise, I think we would have had to find another driver to make that third position. I can tell you I'm uncomfortable sitting for this long watching a race, so I can only imagine having my hands on a wheel with the force feedback and everything. These guys they're just built different, right? They've been doing it for so long, and you kept on talking about tying your shoes, right? These guys now have that muscle memory of every single corner that's coming along. But yeah, that the mental has to stay strong so that they don't try to push it that little extra bit into that corner so that they can go a little bit faster. I'm sure we'll see that towards the last hour.
Oh yeah, of course.
And then yeah, like you said, pit strategies are going to come into play even more so in that last hour. That extra, can I squeeze this corner a touch more? But we know with what they're doing right now, I think they're prepared for all of that heavy that sprint right at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like they really have a very solid plan here, and they know how to execute. Now, again, that's really something we've just been harping on all day, though. It's just like I said, that mental preparation, that ability to stay focused, and just to to make and execute a plan. And now I know Michael and Lucas are not drivers that have come through the academy, but to me, I mean that's partly what the whole academy thing is about too, though, right? It's not just the actual in-game performance or the actual gameplay skills, but everything else that goes along with competing at this kind of a level.
Yeah, there's so much more that comes along with it, and like we just said, the mental side. And then you've got some guys who are streaming while they're also doing this race, so you have to be able to put up with that pressure, with knowing that you have an audience on you while you're racing. You've got a whole team that's kind of watching you and hoping you do well, and you don't want to let them down. So you have to be able to teach those kinds of things and have mentors that have been there. And these guys would be great mentors for those students coming in, so that they can understand that, hey, we've been there, we get it. So that if they get put into that situation where something happens, they know how to respond.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, to me, that's really, if Parabellum is prepare for war, then that seems like exactly that is the philosophy, is it not? I mean, it's all about being prepared. It's all about getting ready and all about the work that goes in, for the weeks and months ahead of an event like this to be able to have this sort of a performance.
Yeah, preparation's key. I'm sure. I just started watching that F1 show, Drive to Survive, and
Yeah.
there's one scene that really stood out in my mind. I'm pretty sure it was Pierre Gasly. He was sitting in it wasn't even a simulator. He just had a weighted steering wheel. He closed his eyes. He sat there in his cockpit, and he just talked about every single move he was going to be making, and what turn was upcoming, when to throttle, when to brake, when to gear, and like that's incredible. These guys have obviously mental performance coaches and physical trainers and all that kind of stuff, but you can tell the drivers are physically fit,
absolutely.
which helps with their mental state as well. And then just being able to do this it's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and the physical side of it, especially when we're talking about the virtual racing, so often gets overlooked. But I mean, there really is an intense physical component to this, even in a simulator. There's a lot of exertion, a lot of effort, and again, just to be there for a couple of hours at a time is really it can very much be taxing on the body. So it sounds like, I mean, that's obviously stuff that you guys have all worked on as a team to make sure that everybody is ready and prepared, and like you said, make sure the team has all the everything that they need, really, every opportunity for a strong result here.
Yeah, it's good to see them taking kind of 2 hours at a time, and hopefully the guys are getting up, they're having a quick snack, protein bar or whatever they need to have during their break, hydrating, and then getting back in, because 2 hours without touching a cup of water or something to eat, sometimes when your brain's going the way it is,
Mm-hmm.
these guys have
Yeah,
been
you need to
coming
keep
out
it up.
strong every time they go back into that car. So
Yeah, absolutely, and we've seen that too. Every time they get back in the car, there really hasn't been that couple laps of a learning period of getting back up to speed or anything. These guys, they just leave the pits and they are right back on it.
yeah, they don't miss a beat.
So exactly, that's exactly it. They don't miss a beat, and again, I think it really just really shows the strength of the organization, the amount of preparation and effort that has gone into getting ready for these kind of events. And again, the fact that this is such an incredible performance, but it's not really um, not out of character for you guys. I would say, it's not something we haven't seen before. It's not it's not some complete surprise out of nowhere. So again, not really that surprised at all, and I wouldn't be surprised to keep seeing more of these in the future.
For sure.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on and talking to us again. We really appreciate it. Oh, you know what? Before I let you go, do we have updates on any of the other cars? I meant to ask you.
Let me just check in. I don't think I have anything here at the present, but we'll make sure that when you guys come back to have some updates on where we're at the I guess the 8-hour mark.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look see and touch base with the rest of the teams then. But alrighty, well, Chris, again, thank you so much for coming on. Really good luck to you and the rest of the team for the rest of the race here. It's been absolutely phenomenal to watch so far.
Thanks a lot. We'll chat soon.
Absolutely. Alrighty, and again, hearing there from Chris, the president and CEO of Parabellum Esports, the parent organization to Parabellum Racing Team, who we're following here today at Bathurst. We are going to go ahead and take our second and final 1 hour break for the afternoon. We will be back with continued coverage, and from that point, live to the end of the race with the iRacing 2021 Bathurst 12 Hours, hosted by Parabellum Esports and presented by Art of Racing TV. We'll see you then.